like to acknowledge the physical presence of the following members. The Honorable Loretta Acharon, representing the Lone District of General Santos City. The Honorable Bonifacio Busita, representing the party list One Rider. The Honorable Jose Alvarez, representing the 2nd District of Palawan. The Honorable Wilter Palma, the Deputy Majority Leader, representing the 1st District of Zamboanga Sibugay. The Honorable Salvador Plato, representing the 6th District of Bulacan. The Honorable Rodante Marcoleta, representing List Sagip. The Honorable Franz Castro, our Deputy Minority Leader, representing Party List ACT Teachers. And on Zoom, we have the following members present. The Honorable Augustina Dominic Tina Pancho, one of the Vice Chairperson representing the 2nd District of Bulacan. The Honorable Sergio Dagook, representing Party List APEC. The Honorable Antonio Ligarda Jr., representing the Lone District of Antique. The Honorable Maria Rachel Arenas, representing the 3rd District of Pangasinan. The Honorable Florida Robes, representing the Lone District, City of San Jose del Monte.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning po. The Honorable Jose Gay Pajernos, representing Party List GP Party. The Honorable Fernando Cabredo, representing the 3rd District of the Province of Albay. The Honorable Ian Paul D., representing the 3rd District of Isabela. The Honorable Alfelito Alfel Bascog, representing the 1st District of Agusan del Sur. The Honorable Wilbert Lee, representing Party List Agri. The Honorable Maria Cynthia Chan, representing the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu City, Province of Cebu. The Honorable Ricardo S. Cruz Jr., also a Vice Chairperson of this committee, representing the Lone District of the City of Taguig. The Honorable Ana Victoria Piloso Tuazon, representing the 3rd District of Leyte. The Honorable Ernesto Junicio Jr., representing the 1st District of the City of Manila, NCR. The Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, representing Party List Abang Lingkod. The Honorable Paul Ruiz Daza, the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, representing the 1st District of Northern Samar. The Honorable Maximo Dalog Jr., representing the Lone District of Mountain Province. And the Honorable Jeffrey Soriano, representing Party List ACT CIS. Physically present this morning is the Honorable Gas Tambunting, one of our Vice Chairperson, representing the 2nd District of the City of Parañaque, NCR. And the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, representing Party List, Rider Party List. May I request the Committee Secretariat to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed resource persons this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. With us in today's meeting are the following: From the Department of Transportation, we have Secretary Jamie Bautista, Undersecretary Rainier Paul Yebra, Undersecretary Roberto C. Lim, Assistant Secretary Enrique Antonio Esquivel, Assistant Secretary Hector Villacorta, and Attorney Sarah Joy Melia. From the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, we have Director General Antonio Tamayo, Attorney Danjun Lucas, Deputy Director General, Deputy Director General Edgardo Diaz, DG for Operations, Miss Ana Joy Papag from Air Traffic Management Center, Captain Florendo Jose Aquino III, Chief Aviation Service Safety Inspector, Aerodrome and Air Navigation Safety Oversight Office, Engineer Arnold Balukating, OIC Chief, Air Traffic Service, Miss Marlene Singson, OIC Chief, Air Navigation Service, Attorney Edelisa Irugin, OIC Corporate Planning Office, and Attorney John Bu Magsilat, Office of the Director General. From the Civil Aeronautics Board, we have the Executive Director, Attorney Carmelo Arcilla, Attorney Maria Elben Moro, the Deputy Executive Director, and the Board Secretary, Attorney Clarabel Laxina. From the Manila International Airport Authority, we have General Manager Cesar Chong, Senior Assistant General Manager Brian Co, Assistant General Manager Irene Montalvo, and Assistant General Manager for Engineering Enrico Gonzalez. From the Department of Budget and Management, joining from Zoom, from remote location, we have Assistant Director Maria Cecilia Abogado. From the Bureau of Treasury, also from joining us via Zoom, we have Director Robert Dominic Mariano and OIC Division Chief Jacqueline Santiago of the Fiscal Planning and Assessment. From the Department of Trade and Industry, we have Attorney Melquiades Marcos Valdez II for the Consumer Protection Advocacy Bureau, also via Zoom. And from the Commission on Audit, we have the Director Milagros Sonido, Corporate Government Audit Sector, Cluster 3, Public Utilities. We have Director Emma Moises, Corporate Government Audit Sector, Cluster 4, Industrial and Area Development. We have Miss Virginia Lero, Supervising Auditor, COA CAAP. Attorney Kimberly Kaalam, OIC Supervising Auditor, COA MIA. From COA DOTR, we have Attorney Melissa San Miguel, the OIC Supervising Auditor, Ms. Maria Carmela Marcos, Audit Team Leader, Mr. Mark Christian Tunak, Audit Team Member, and Mr. Martin To, Audit Team Member. That's all for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Before we proceed further, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Bernadette B.H. Herrera, Deputy Minority Leader, representing party list B.H. Bagong Generacion. Welcome po. And through Zoom, we have the following members present. The Honorable Isidro Ungab, the Deputy Speaker, representing the 3rd District, Davao del Sur, City of Davao. The Honorable Lex Anthony Chris Colada, Deputy Minority Leader, representing party list ang Asosasyon sung Mangguguma nga Bisaya. And the Honorable Margarita Ignacia Nograles, representing party list PBA. For the welcome remarks of the chairman, please allow me to read my remarks. My distinguished colleagues, members of the Committee on Transportation, and all our honorable guests, a pleasant good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us today to discuss a very important and recent issue hounding the Philippine aviation sector. Congress is still in recess, but the significant impact of the January 1, 2023 incident requires us to conduct this hearing to determine the real reasons behind the system failure which disrupted local and domestic flights and affected numerous air travelers. This briefing is only a preliminary hearing of the committee, as several resolutions were filed to conduct a legislative inquiry about the incident. While most of us welcome 2023 with renewed hope and optimism, some were greeted with the frustrating experience brought by the sudden failure of the air navigation system, which led to delay, diversion, or cancellation of flights on the very first day of the year. We have heard the many versions of what transpired last New Year's Day and heard how it burdened people who found themselves in the middle of it. But the bottom line is the Philippines became a veritable no-fly zone for more or less 7 hours, from 10 a.m. to around 4 p.m. It was 9:49 a.m. when it was noted that the ATMC had no power, leading to its service disruption. It was only around 5 to 5:30 p.m. that we were able to allow our first aircraft landing and departure. This incident affected around 78,000 passengers and a combined 637 domestic and international flights, not to mention the repercussions it had and continue to have on our country, from a tourism destination option, an economic investment option, and a compromised national security. Bottom line, our country was compromised that day. What truly caused the New Year's Day incident? Was it something that could have been averted? If yes, then how could it have been averted? There are urgent matters and there are important matters. I would like to think that we can all agree here now that air traffic management is both urgent and important. Having agreed to this, have the various institutions, agencies, and officers treated this service as such? Do the budgetary considerations, the competencies of involved personnel, the schedule of its maintenance and upkeep, and even how systems backup and redundancy reflect its urgency and importance? This briefing seeks to shed light on the incident, establishing transparency, but also ensuring that there will be accountability, as only then can it be determined if the breakdown in our air traffic control services that day was a result of a collective failure of existing policies, systems, personnel, and involved offices and agencies. Having stated this, the chairman of this committee would like to inform those present among his congressional brethren to remain focused on this objective and request that our statements and queries be limited to this issue. Magandang umaga po sa atin lahat.
Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest.
Yes, the Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this representation, together with Representative Arlene Brosas and Representative Raul Manuel, has filed a resolution number 679, which is related to the topic that we are discussing today. The resolution directing the House of Representatives through the Committees on Transportation and Good Government and Public Accountability to investigate in aid of legislation the shutdown of the communications, navigations, and surveillance system for the air traffic management of the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, affecting thousands of passengers. So may I manifest, Mr. Chair, that this resolution be included in our discussion for today. Although the public accountability, good government and public accountability is included here. I think this is also related to this, and maybe in the next meeting, Mr. Chair. So the public accountability, since we are talking of accountability of officials and employees regarding the fiasco in January 1. So may I manifest that this be included in our discussion for today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With due respect to the Honorable Franz Castro, this representation also filed a resolution to that effect. However, we are still in recess, and the House authorities has not yet referred any resolution regarding this matter to this committee. So we cannot include that now insofar as this hearing is concerned. As a matter of fact, when I was called by the majority leader, what I will do, he said, I will just conduct a hearing to let the agencies concerned conduct their briefing and thereby ask questions, but they will not be placed under oath. Would that be okay, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that clarification. And I hope that the succeeding hearings during our session would this would be included, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
If the resolutions will be referred to this committee, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Herrera is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I'd like to also put on record that I filed a similar resolution, House Resolution number 671, regarding the topic. And I thank the Honorable Chairman, Congressman Acop, for scheduling such a briefing kasi ang tagal pa po ng ating first reading for these. So, but that's very important that we hear already the side of our technical people. So I thank the good chairman, and I'd just like to put on record that I also have a resolution number 671. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This representation called for this hearing simply because there are already many haka-hakas going around regarding the issue. To end these haka-hakas and these innuendos, it would be proper for the House to conduct a hearing and hear the facts from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So we will conduct this hearing. Thank you. The chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Christine Singson Mayan, our Deputy Speaker, representing the 2nd District of Ilocos Sur through Zoom. The Honorable Joseph Gilbert Villago, representing the 2nd District of the Province of Nueva Ecija. The Honorable Emilio Tanhuatco III, representing the 2nd District of the Province of Rizal. And the Honorable Arlene Brosas, representing Party List Gabriela. And joining us also this morning are the former members of this Congress, the Honorable Monico Fentebella, the Honorable Coco Nograles, and the Honorable Enrico Pineda. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. And welcome po. So, let's establish the rules first of this hearing. First, we will allow the DOTR or whoever is the designated briefer this morning insofar as the issue is concerned, after which the members present and physically and on Zoom can ask their questions. May I request my colleagues to list down or to have their names listed so that we will have a priority list insofar as interpellation is concerned. And the chair would like to request each and everyone to concentrate their questions on the issue of the NAIA incident. Other questions outside of this will be declared as out of order. Thank you. May I now give the floor to the designated briefer of the Department of Transportation. And I would like also to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Transportation for gracing personally and really giving into our invitation for this hearing this morning. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
With the permission of the chair, let me do my opening statement, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Congressman Romeo Acop, Chairman of the House Committee on Transportation, and members of the committee, good morning po. I humbly appear and heed the invitation of the Honorable Committee to shed light on the New Year's Day incident at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, or NAIA. I brought with me officials of the Department of Transportation in charge of aviation and airports and other affiliated agencies, specifically those managing the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, or CAAP, to answer questions. We sincerely apologize to all those affected by the technical glitch, which disrupted hundreds of flights and inconvenienced thousands of passengers, not just at NAIA, but other major local airports as well. We already reported to His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. last Friday that we managed to recover more than 90% of the operations at NAIA within 24 hours of the incident. At the same time, that an intra-agency investigation is being conducted on the source of the glitch, we are also addressing media reports, column articles, and other commentaries to set the record straight on what really happened. We are thankful to the media who help us disseminate accurate information during the period in question. We are likewise thankful for the cooperation of other agencies who share similar sentiments on the need to amend existing procurement laws to expedite acquisition of vital technical equipment, such as those at CAAP. As we attend today's committee briefing, we hope to highlight the critical need for technical and financial support in upgrading the facilities at CAAP, NAIA, and other regional airports. We are also thankful to this committee for giving us the opportunity to again set the record straight. Lastly, we hope to convey to our honorable lawmakers and to the riding public that we are committed in coming up with permanent solutions to recurring problems affecting passengers and commuters. We respectfully submit to your questions, Your Honor. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Would you want somebody to conduct the briefing?
The briefing will be conducted by the Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, Captain Manuel Antonio Tamayo.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Director General Tamayo is now recognized to deliver his briefing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission. Okay. Good morning to the committee chairman, Honorable Romeo M. Acop, members of this committee, government officials, guests, and fellow public servants. The incident last 1 January 2023 was indeed very unfortunate. As we are privileged to be given a chance to explain what happened, the actions immediately undertaken by the Transportation Department, including the authorities, airline operators, and other agencies, and our plan to avoid this kind of event from occurring again. Because of such, allow me on behalf of CAAP and DOTR to apologize and ask for understanding to the passengers and to all those affected by the incident, including their families. This circumstance is something we are not proud of, but it teaches us a very valuable lesson. So to start with, I have a slide presentation to explain the events that happened. First, let me give you the history of the Air Traffic Management Center. The Communications, Navigations, and Surveillance System for Air Traffic Management, CNS-ATM, using satellite technology enhances the safety, reliability, and efficiency of air traffic and airspace in the Manila Flight Information Region. It was inaugurated 16 January 2018. The CNS-ATM added 10 radars from the previous 3, which brings a total to 13, which are located all over the country. Currently, CAAP can cover 100% of the Philippine airspace safely and efficiently. Its procurement commenced in 2009, which was divided in Package 1 and Package 2. Package 1 is the construction of the Air Traffic Management Center, or ATMC, in Pasay City. Package 2, on the other hand, is the construction of all other facilities to complete the CNS-ATM. Construction of the ATMC commenced in December 2010 but was suspended due to a May 2011 notice of disallowance. The disallowance was appealed and was eventually lifted in May 2013 through COA and Bank Decision 2013-035. The project resumed in August 2013. After 4 years, the CNS-ATM was completed and turned over to CAAP in 16 October 2017 and inaugurated in 2018. Thus, the ATMC building became the Air Traffic Management Center that we know today. Next is a disruption at the CNS-ATM last 1 January 2023. Number 1, cause of disruption. At around 9:49 a.m., 1 January 2023, the UPS, or uninterruptible power supply, de-energized the CNS-ATM equipment as it detected the flaw. This is a safety feature of the UPS to protect the equipment from further damage. The flaw was a faulty signal coming from a damaged circuit breaker. What we have here is a line chart of where these equipment are located. On the leftmost are the power sources. We have 2. First is Meralco, which is the primary power source. And then we have 2 standby generators. That is also a power source for redundancy. It goes to a power transfer unit, and eventually it distributes the power through 2 uninterruptible power supplies, as illustrated. It also has an automatic voltage regulator as a redundancy. Now, power from the UPS. I must point out there is a vertical line because this illustrates the one on the left is located in our power plant. It is separated from the equipment room or the ATMC building itself. So power crosses towards the right side, and it passes through several protective panels, and finally into a circuit breaker. I would like to point out also there are two of these for redundancy before finally giving power to all the equipment of the ATMC. Next slide, please. A illustration on how power is generated or fed into the system. So from the external sources, it goes into the UPS, and then it's fed into our system or the ATMC, passing through all the protective mechanisms that we have. Next slide, please. So this is what happened. So normal power is fed into the system. However, a fault was detected in one of the circuit breakers, that is the top one close to the ATMC building, that one. A fault was detected there. This is a main circuit breaker. So as a result of the fault, which we determined later on to be over voltage, the UPS or the uninterrupted power supply sensed this and went into a standby mode to protect the system from damage. So this is one of the protection given by the UPS. Okay. The crime, continuing, the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, CICC, conducted a parallel investigation of the incident on 3 January 2023. The result indicates that the incident is unlikely due to cyber attack. For a better appreciation of the regular flow of current, here is a visual, and let us refer to the slide. So again, as I pointed out earlier, an overvoltage occurred in one of the primary circuit breakers prior to the entry of power to the equipment room. And that is the one with the pointer. So when this happened, immediate actions undertaken to address the disruption. The first NOTAM was issued at 10:41 a.m., advising airmen that certain Manila approach frequencies were unserviceable due to technical issues. So the stakeholders, the airlines, were immediately informed of the situation. Then the engineers from CAAP immediately performed remedial measures, such as manual re-energizing of the UPS and bypassing the circuit breaker, which enabled power supply to be operational by 1:40 p.m. and resumption of partial operations by 4 p.m. By 5:50 p.m., VSAT GU1, that's a primary, was operational, which allowed resumption of normal operations. By 10:53 p.m., VSAT GU2, which is the secondary, was operational, which acts as a redundant system for the VSAT GU1. Next slide. Our air traffic controllers reacted swiftly to the disruption as well. They immediately switched to using tunable VHF radio and declared a ground stop, or in other words, prevent departing aircraft, to prioritize and safely land all flights that were already queued for landing. Using tunable VHF radio, our controllers were able to safely land a total of 39 aircraft despite the disruption. From 9:49 a.m. to 10:09 a.m., 4 aircraft successfully landed in NIA. And from 10:09 a.m. to 11:56 a.m., 20 more aircraft successfully landed in NIA, while there were 8 that landed in Mactan Cebu International Airport. In addition, 3 landed in Iloilo International Airport, 1 in Bacolod, 2 in Davao, and 1 in Clark. Short-term measures. Emergency procurement of 2 additional UPS for redundancy measures were done. So last 5 January 2023, CAAP completed the emergency procurement of 2 additional UPS. The delivery and installation of said UPS is ongoing. In addition, the damaged circuit breaker was successfully replaced. Efforts to procure a backup and redundant system for the CNS ATM. Number 1, the OTR and CAAP is planning to procure a second CNS ATM system, which will act as a redundant system for the existing ATMC. Number 2, CAAP has already initiated measures to ensure system redundancy and upgrade in the existing CNS ATM. This project will cost 139 million, budgeted under calendar year 2023. DOTR and CAAP met with the representative of the system supplier on 5 January 2023 to finalize the terms. Target completion is the first quarter of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Director General Tamayo. Before the committee proceeds further, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Raymond Democrito Mendoza, our Deputy Speaker, representing Party List TUCP, and the Honorable Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr., also our Deputy Speaker, representing the 3rd District of Pampanga. Mr. Secretary, meron po bang ibang magsasalita before we ask our members to...
Through the chair, Mr. Chairman, we also invited the General Manager of Manila International Airport to also present what they did during that cancellation of the flights, no? If you will allow.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, the floor recognizes the General Manager of NAIA, GM Cesar Chong. You have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the honorable members of the Committee of Transportation. On behalf of MIAA, would like to sincerely apologize to all the passengers and to all of the families that were affected during the January 1 incident. Upon learning, sir, of that the air traffic management system of CAAP went down, the MIAA Crisis Command Center was immediately activated to basically discuss contingency and recovery plans. So the first flight that were operated after we were informed by CAAP that the ATM has been restored was basically a Philippine Airlines flight from Brisbane that landed at 4:55 in the afternoon. And also Cathay Pacific 930 bound for Hong Kong was the first flight that departed out of NAIA. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the domestic flights have already been canceled. So there were only about 17 arriving and 21 departing international flights that were operated for the rest of the day. So just to give you an idea, sir, on January 1, we scheduled 731 flights out of NAIA and 414 flights were canceled, 99 international and 315 domestic flights. And the total number of passengers at NAIA that were affected were about 65,000 passengers. However, on January 2, we were already able to recover almost the same number of flights that we operated, similar to the number that we operated last December 31. So just to give you some numbers, sir, on December 31, we operated about 758 flights and handling about 111,000 passengers. On January 1, we were only able to operate 317 flights and canceled 414, and we handled about 47,000 passengers. But on January 2, we were already able to operate 755 flights, so just 3 flights short of the number that we usually operate. But there were some cancellations because some of the airplanes were still in the other countries or in the other destinations. But after January 2, there are no more flight cancellations related to the ATM outage. So one of the key factors that contributed towards the quick path to recovery was basically the coordination among all the airlines, the ground handlers, the different agencies that were involved. And one of the things that we did, sir, was every day we actually closed the runway between 1:30 to 3:30 in the morning. We suspended that so we can allow more flights to come in. We requested some airlines to upgrade some of their aircraft to wide-body aircraft so that they can accommodate more passengers. And in coordination with the airlines, we ensured that affected passengers were given all the travel options like rebooking, refund without penalty, and of course, travel fund, which they can use for future trips. And as part of our assistance, we deployed more of our personnel to assist our affected passengers. We distributed 5,603 malasakit kits, meals, bottled waters, etc. in coordination with the LTFRB. There were free shuttle bus services that were deployed to ferry passengers in coordination with the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, sir. They were also there and the Department of Migrant Workers to assist about 3,000 to 6,700 passengers. Mr. Chair, that's just a very short briefing on what happened during January 1 and what the MIAA did and all the stakeholders on what we did in order to do a quick recovery of all the flights, sir, after the outage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, General Manager Chong. before we proceed, the chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Maidi Kuwa, representing the Lone District of Quirino. Mr. Secretary, wala na po. Thank you. Before we proceed with the interpellation of members of this committee, gusto ko lang pong sabihin ninyo sa akin kung totoo po ito. Pursuant to the inquiry net, a failure in the uninterruptible power supply or UPS equipment being used by the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines triggered the technical problems that affected flight operations at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport and prevented aircraft on international routes from passing through Philippine airspace on New Year's Day. Totoo na sinabi niyo ito? Para ma-establish natin yung which are true and which are not.
Through the chair, may I be clarified again, sir, because somebody made me sign that paper. So I didn't really get it. I'm sorry, sir.
Sa inquiry net,
Yes, sir.
sabi raw po nyo na a failure in the uninterruptible power supply equipment being used by CAAP triggered the technical problems that affected flight operations at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport and prevented aircraft on international routes from passing through Philippine airspace on New Year's Day. Is this correct?
There is a procedure, sir, among different FIRs that if there is a failure, let's say in the Philippines, the neighboring countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, and Taipei can take over the control of the aircraft overflying our airspace. And I'm talking about international flights, sir.
With your indulgence,
Yes,
the manager, your answer is not appropriate to the question that I have asked.
Yeah.
Actually, I have the question calls for an answer of yes or no. So that is what we would like to ask from you. Kindly answer whether this is true or not insofar as CAAP is concerned.
No, sir, because we still have aircraft overflying our country.
No, hindi po yun ang subject matter. I think you did not get the question that I'm asking. Did CAAP say that a failure in the uninterruptible power supply equipment being used by the CAAP triggered the technical problems?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
Next, following the technical glitch that led to the disruption of flights on New Year's Day, the Civil Aviation of the Philippines admits that the country's air traffic management system is outdated.
No, sir.
Hindi po kayo nagsabi nito.
No, sir.
Okay. CAAP Director General Tamayo, in an online press conference on Sunday night, said the technology behind the communications, navigation, and surveillance systems for air traffic management of the Philippine Air Traffic Management Center was visualized in the late 1990s and was completed just in 2019. Correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. The CNS ATM is the system used by air traffic controllers to direct air traffic within the country's airspace. The system, worth 10.8 billion, was completed in partnership with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA. Correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. On January 1, after one of the cooling blowers of the CNS ATM failed, the uninterruptible power supply of the commercial power supply did not function. Switching to the use of backup power through a generator also failed after the second UPS malfunction. Tama po ba itong information nito?
Both UPS failed, sir. I mean, did not fail, but went on standby. Whether it was either Meralco or the standby generator power.
Yun po yung sinabi nyo sa briefing po ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. GM Tamayo said they tried to override the power supply by installing an automatic voltage regulator instead, but the system warned of an over voltage it was providing 380 volts for a system that runs on 220 volts.
The AVR did not warn of anything.
Yes or no?
No, sir.
No. Thank you. As a result, several key components like the very small aperture terminal or VSAT, basically a set of satellite dishes used for communication, navigation, and computation of the data were fried. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Gusto lang namin malaman kung alin po ang totoo doon sa mga lumalabas na information, GM. So, before I proceed, the chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Leody Tariela, representing the Lone District of Occidental Mindoro. We now go to the interpellation of members. We have 4 members of the minority and 5 members of the majority listed here. So,
Mr. Chair, can I?
yes,
Can I
the
record
Honorable
in-
Plato is recognized.
Yeah, in addition to what you have just said, it was said over the media that the cause of the technical glitch is the failure of one of the calling blowers of the communications, navigation, surveillance system of air traffic management, or the CNS ATM to function, and that the switching to the use of backup power through a generator also failed after the second app's malfunctions. May we know the reason for the failure of the calling power of CNS? And again, may we know the reason again for the malfunctioning of the second apps and the reason for the failure to use the switching to the use of the backup power, Mr. Chair?
With the indulgence of the Honorable Plato, you will have your time. You're listed here as number 6,
Yeah, I
so
guess-
far as the members who will interpolate.
I just want to follow up what you have just said, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No, you just ask them whether that is true or not,
Okay, thank you.
to
Mr.
add to the information that I wanted to be vetted or not. So, tanungin ko po
Thank you,
sila.
Mr. Chair.
Tanungin mo kung totoo yung sinasabi po ninyo.
Yeah. Is that true, Mr. Chair, what I've just said?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, to interpolate from the minority, as listed here as number 4, is the Honorable Bonifacio Busita. You have the floor, please. No, number 1 dito eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning. Mr. Chair, ito po ang mga questions ko are based on the reports of the CAAP and the presentation this morning. Nabanggit po dito na yung cause of failure ng circuit breaker is because of the overload voltage. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, basically, sa electrical facilities, even small or big facilities, we always use AVR,
Yes, sir.
automatic voltage regulator. Ito po bang system ninyo, Mr. Chair, meron po ba kayong AVR prior doon sa technical glitch na nangyari?
Meron, sir.
So what happened po doon sa AVR?
May I request through the chair, our engineer to answer that?
Yeah, I think you were also requested to bring your technical men who were on duty during that fateful day.
Yes, sir.
So you have them.
Yes, sir.
You can ask your expert to answer the questions of the Honorable Busita.
Through the chair, with the permission of the chairman, may I request to show this slide to further make a clarification on my explanation. Slide, please. That the one that was presented by our Director General. There is a slide one line diagram. Yes, that's it, sir. Okay. So our system is like, again, I would like to repeat what was discussed before, just to make a clarification or more detailed. We have two sources, the Meralco and the two local generator. So in case of no commercial power or Meralco, we have the local generator. And then as shown in the slide, we have two UPS and we have also ABR, automatic voltage regulator. As shown during the in the flow of electricity at normal condition, only the UPS is operating, and the UPS has its own automatic voltage regulation. So, nandun po, mayroon pong automatic voltage regulation na po na ginagawa po ng UPS. Yung EBR po dyan ay ginagamit lang po pagka nagpe-perform ng maintenance at i-out yung UPS, saka lang po gagamitin yung EBR just to have what we call a voltage regulation. Yes, ba?
Mr. Chair, if I
Honorable
Chair?
Palma, is that in relation to the?
Yeah, it's there. Just one request, if we can request the engineer to please stand up and get a pointer and show diagram so that maintindihan ng lahat. No? We are not technical people here. If that would be possible, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Palma. May I request the engineer? Pwede kang pumunta dito sa harap.
Can we provide a microphone?
Ito, no? Halika na.
Your Honor, if dun sa operator, sir, mayroon pong slide po doon. Pwede po yung pointer ng computer para ano pa. Yung yeah, okay, sige. Okay, sir.
You go there.
Thank you po, sir. Ito po yung dalawang UPS. Okay? Kung i-play po natin yung may signal kanina, dito po dumadaan po yung signal na dalawa. Yung animator, pakikuan po yung animator. Yung animation po, animation. So yan po yung signal natin. So at normal condition po, sa UPS po dumadaan po yung signal natin. Okay. Na-detect po yung problema natin noong wala pong lumalabas sa UPS. Walang lumalabas na voltage doon sa UPS. Initially po, ang ano namin, findings namin is that walang lumalabas sa UPS. So, initially, UPS po ang problema. Yun na po yung assumption namin. Initially po. And then, so what we focus on how to restore the UPS. And at 12 o'clock ng tanghali po, na-restore namin yung output ng UPS. So dito po, mayroon na po kami na-measure na voltahe. Nung mayroon na po kami na-measure na voltahe, saka lang po namin pinapunta yung mga voltahe dito sa CNS ATM equipment. Ito po ay power plant. Ito po ay yung ibang building sa kabilang building. Mayroon po tayong mga series of circuit breaker po dito. So isa-isa po naming inunyan. Tapos ang pinakahuli po yung circuit breaker ng bawat. While i-restore na po namin yung mga equipment, mayroon po ng indication para may sunog, may nag-spark. That's the time po na in-off namin ulit. Dito na po, in-off namin. Dito sa planta, mayroon outlet. So dito sa ATMC building, dito kami nag-cut ng power. In-off natin lahat. And then we perform another troubleshooting again. That is from 12 o'clock to 1:44 p.m. Ang na-troubleshoot po namin o nalaman po namin may problema is that mayroong circuit breaker po ditong sira. Yung pong pinakita kanina, yung may picture po yon. Nakita po namin na yung circuit breaker sira, tapos yung isang pole po niya, dalawang pole po niya ay open. So para ma-mitigate po yung problema, binaypass po namin yung dalawang pole. At around 1:44, doon po nagkaroon ngayon ng voltage doon para sa mga load. So again, we start initializing the system. And while we are initializing the system, doon po namin nalaman na mayroong mga nasirang equipment, mayroon ng nasirang mga equipment. So ang nasirang equipment po isa doon ay yung BSAT. So kaya po at 1:44 p.m. mayroon na pong kuryente yung mga equipment. Doon na po nagsimula yung limited operation po ng Air Traffic Management Center. So, series of event po to, parang series of problem nakita po namin. Now, as we go on, doon po sa pag-assist namin doon sa system, dahil po doon sa problema sa circuit breaker, yung UPS po ay nag-shutdown or hindi nag-provide ng output. So, normal feature po yun ng UPS na pag nagpag-detect po siya ng abnormality dito sa load side, i-inhibit po niya yung output. So, doon na lang po nalaman namin na nag-react yung UPS based on the signal. So, parang nagtrabaho yung UPS. Kaya sabi ko nga po, initially, nung nagkaroon ng problema, yung UPS yung sinasabing may problema. Pero as we go on, may pala yung reaction ng UPS na kinat niya yung output para hindi mas lalong malaki yung magkukos o masisirang mga equipment.
Mr. Chair, tanong ko lang po. So sa nagka-problemang equipment, prior noon, saan po naka-install yung ating, ito ba, nabanggit ninyo na nagka-problema sa circuit breaker due to overload voltage? Tama po ba?
Over voltage po. Over
voltage. Saan po naka-install on the particular
one line diagram.
equipment? Saan po ba dyan nandyan yung voltage regulator? Automatic voltage regulator.
Ito po.
I see. Hindi po ba na bigyan ng attention ng ating technical personnel or staff na dapat merong voltage regulator din for that particular equipment?
On your honor, with the permission po. Sir, on your honor, sabi mo nga po, na-start po namin yung UPS. So mayroon na pong voltage regulation po doon. Mas maganda po yung output po ng UPS kaysa itong EBR dito.
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Apa.
Nabanggit nyo na po na doon sa nagka-problema equipment dahil yung circuit breaker is nagka-problema due to high voltage. So, very clear na may tinatawag ng automatic voltage regulator. Yung bine-mention po ninyo na AVR, masyadong malayo, Mr. Chair, doon sa equipment. Meaning, kung mananatili na ganyan yung system design, anytime magkakaproblema ulit. Pwedeng mangyari ulit.
With permission,
Mr. Chair.
pwede pong explain further.
Mr. Chair, pwede ba tumulong?
Yes.
Mr.
Chair.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Busita, because you still have the floor,
Yes,
will
Mr.
you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
On your equal.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Saan yung engineer? Stand by there, ha? Yung power na galing sa Meralco, bago pumasok yan sa uninterruptible power supply na dalawa, yan ay AC. Para lang maliwanag sa lahat. Tama ba hindi?
Tama po, Your
Pasok
Honor.
yan sa uninterruptible power supply. Baterya yan, di ba?
Magko-convert po from alternating current to direct current.
Direct current.
Apa.
Dapat explain mo yan na the uninterruptible power supply in the failure of the generators and in the failure of Meralco, if the uninterruptible power supply will not go into standby mode, that will take care of all the power requirements of your system. Tama ba hindi?
Tama po yan, sir.
Now, explain ko sa aking colleague na nagtatanong bakit sinasabi na yung ABR ninyo ang may diferensya kaya na-detect ng UPS is uninterruptible power supply. Nung na-detect ng UPS, yung breaker, yung kuryente na dumaan doon sa breaker, na-detect niya, it went into standby mode. Dalawa yan eh. Yung dalawa, natulog? Hindi naman siguro. Please answer my colleague. How from AC power, it went into DC power, and the DC power is inverted again if it is required by your system to use AC power, then it will invert itself into AC before it is being used in the other equipments. Tama ba hindi?
Tama po yan,
Please
Your
explain
Honor.
that to my colleague.
So, Mr. Chair, my question is, based on your investigation, inspection, ano po ang dahilan bakit nag-high voltage? Hindi na ano ng AVR. Ang nangyari po kasi, Mr. Chair, parang naging useless yung AVR eh. Kaya nga po may AVR eh. Nagre-regulate siya ng voltage eh. So kung regulated yung voltage, hindi mag-breakdown yung circuit breaker, hindi nag-overload. Am I correct, Mr. Chair? Yun po ang tanong ko, Mr. Chair. Kung sinasabi po na nag-overload yung voltage, kaya nagka-problema sa circuit breaker, ano po ang dahilan? Meron tayong binabanggit na automatic voltage regulator. And yung pong automatic voltage regulator is within the load side, hindi sa service load. Ibig sabihin po, kung ang pumapasok na voltage ay ganito lamang, how come na doon sa internal area, tumaas, may regulator dito? Yun po ang gusto nating malaman, Mr. Chair. Ano po ang dahilan at nag-overload doon sa voltage?
On your honor, may request po na i-display yung slide sa circuit breaker. Okay, ito po yun. Itong circuit breaker na to po ay nasa loob po ng equipment room. bago po kami nag-on ng mga equipment, mini-measure po namin yung mga voltahe doon sa input po ng circuit breaker. Ito po ay 4 line, sinasabi natin 4 line. So, yung pong kulay pula at sa kulay dilaw, pag sinukat po natin ang voltahe doon, 380 po yun. Pag sinukat po natin yung voltahe between red and black, 380 volts din po. Tapos between yellow and black, 380 rin po. Tapos between black and white, ang white po yung tinatawag nating neutral, is 220 volts. Yun po yung mga voltahe na kailangan po ng mga equipment po natin. Yung sinukat po namin, yung mga voltahe doon sa taas, yung input, tama po yung mga voltahe doon. Kaya lang po dito ngayon, dito sa paglabas, yung isang pase, yung line 3 at saka neutral, ang nasukat po namin is 380 volts. Ngayon pa, supposed to be yun 220. So ang ginawa po namin, in-hour off po namin. Tapos nag-measure po kami yung tinatawag na continuity test. Yung continuity test po yun, para malalaman natin yung connection ng input at saka output. So yung line 3, sinukat namin input, yung line 1, yung red, sinukat namin yung input-output continuity test, mayroon pong connection. Yung line 2, yung yellow, mayroon din pong connection. Tapos yung line 3, yung itim, wala pong connection doon sa output. Tapos yung neutral, wala rin pong connection. So,
Okay, Mr. Chair. Kung ganun po ang naging problema, based doon sa inyo explanation, based na result na inyo investigation and inspection. Now, ano po yung ating immediate action na prevent na mangyari uli ang problema na yan? May binago po ba tayo sa system? Or binaypass lang po natin?
Nung pong araw na yan, kasi kailangan po namin i-restore yung voltahe, binaypass po namin, Your Honor. Pero ngayon po, napalitan po namin yung circuit breaker na po.
Okay po, Mr. Chair. Kung napalit po sila ng breaker, based on your explanation, so pwedeng maulit po yung insidente. Kasi nakita niyo na po yung problema eh. Ano po yung preventive measures na hindi maulit yan? Kasi para Mr. Chair, ito yung breaker. Nagka-problema, bumili ka lang, pinalitan mo. So meaning, anytime pwedeng ma-experience ulit yun. Ano po yung measures na ma-ensure natin na hindi na maulit itong problemang na-experience natin?
Your Honor, sa ngayon po ay iniimbestigahan pa kung anong naging yung circuit breaker po ay kailangan ma-forensic po ma-check kung tama po yung mga yung kasi po sirado po to, so hindi po namin alam kung ano yung mga how it was constructed inside. So kailangan po ang investigasyon pa po, forensic, para po malaman kung anong dahilan talaga bakit naging ganun po yung voltahe. So sa ngayon po, initially po wala yung measure po namin is palitan muna. Then pagkatapos po ng investigasyon, doon po kami siguro makakapagkuhan na.
So Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin po, as of now, hindi pa nila ma-determine kung pwedeng mangyari o maulit-ulit. Kasi po, pinalitan lamang ng circuit breaker. Hindi pa possible na mag-install tayo ng LDR before the circuit breaker. Is it possible or not?
Yes, Honor, we welcome yung i-consider po namin yan, sir, Your Honor, pagka pero sa ngayon po nakapokus po kami yung pag-determine talaga ng cost ng problema, yung pagkasira ng use.
So, Mr. Chairman, based on the response of the representative from CAAP, it's very clear na as of now, hindi pa malinaw sa kanila ano talaga yung problema. Kasi pinalitan lang po eh. May time pwedeng magkaroon ulit tayo ng problema. Kung gano'n. And Mr. Chair, sinasabi pa ng gentleman from the CAP na as of now, hindi pa nila alam talaga yung root cause kung ba't nangyari yun. So, being, ang gano'n, medyo natatakot tayo na pwedeng maulit-ulit. Kasi we cannot say na dyan lang talaga yung problema. It's maybe somewhere along the system. So, the second breaker, Mr. Chair, yun lamang po ang tanong. Kung meron naman po akong follow-up questions. Dito sa report na Director General ng CAP, Mr. Chair, sa paragraph 13, may nabanggit po dito, emergency procurement of equipment. Sabi po dito, let me read, Mr. Chair, CAP as early as 01 January 2023 sourced new and additional parts to replace the spares used to reactivate the system. CAP was also in constant coordination with the UPS supplier for the repair and or replacement of the defective UPS. May binabanggit dito, Mr. Chair, na defective UPS. Alin po yun?
For the chair, as was previously stated, we have replaced the circuit breaker already, and then this circuit breaker is undergoing forensics. So based on the results of the forensics, we will know what exactly happened. And from there, we can determine if there will be any preventive measures to be done as far as this particular equipment is concerned.
Mr. Chair, excuse po. Mr. Chair, nabanggit na hindi pa nila alam as of now ano yung cause ng pagkaproblema doon sa circuit breaker. Dito pa ako naka-focus sa paragraph 13 as reported by Director General of the CAAP. May binabanggit, Mr. Chair, dito. May coordination po sila sa UPS supplier for the repair and or replacement of the defective UPS. Alin po yung binabanggit natin na defective UPS? Yung po bang, ano po ba?
Through the chair, because initially at what was stated, we suspected the UPS that was malfunctioning. And then on moving forward, we discovered hindi pala siya. Hindi pala yung UPS na may diferensya.
Okay.
It is the circuit breaker.
Yes, noted, Mr. Chair. Napagsuspetsahan lang pala yung UPS. Pero dun po sa paragraph 14, 05 January 2023, CAP initiated and completed the emergency procurement of additional 2 UPS.
Yes, we were talking to the suppliers of the UPS and we requested their assistance to evaluate the condition of our UPS. It was determined and that one of the UPS had an issue on the blower, but otherwise it was functioning as it should be. The other UPS, which is now online, had no defects at all. And they also informed us that the normal life of a UPS is anywhere between 5 to 10 years. So, sabi namin, why wait for 7 to 10 years? And this is a vital equipment. So, we decided to procure 2 right away para mapalitan na natin itong as a measure to prevent this from happening again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ilang taon na po ba yung UPS natin? Yung naka-install na yan?
It was 2014, Mr. Chair, so that makes it about 6-7 years? 8 years, rather.
Yes, okay, Mr. Chair. Dito ba, in company, meron po tayong procurement program. Ito po yung UPS na pinag-uusapan natin dahil sa naging problema, nagkaroon ng pagdududa, kaya kailangan magkaroon ng emergency procurement or nasa program na po ba ninyo ito prior dito sa incident na nangyari, Mr. Chair?
Not yet.
So wala pa, talaga, wala pa sa program.
Yes.
At ngayon pa lamang po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So yan lamang po Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po. Ang nakita ko lamang po dito, nakita natin na as of now, hindi pa po alam ng CAAP Authority kung ano yung problema, bakit nagkaroon ng breakdown doon sa circuit breaker and yun, medyo malaking problema po ito dahil pwedeng maulit ulit. No po. So, yan lamang po Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Busita. Before we proceed, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Reynante Arrogancia, representing the 3rd District of Quezon, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, representing the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, City of Cagayan de Oro, the Honorable Tirso Edwin Garjola, representing Party List CWS, the Honorable Carlito Marquez, representing the 1st District of Aklan, the Honorable Mario Vittorio Marino, representing the 5th District of Batangas. Since the number of interpellators is increasing, we would like to request the interpellators to limit their interpellation to 10 minutes, so that each and every member will be given the appropriate time or the amount of time to ask the questions that they would like to be answered. Thank you. Now we go to the majority. The first member is Vice Chair Tina Pancho. Kung Tina, nandiyan ka, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, unmute kung naka-mute ka. Konti na.
Mr. Chair, based on our discussions from January 1 up to this time, January 10, we still don't know what really happened in January 1. Kung ano talaga yung cause ng problema po natin. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
Ako po ba yung tinatanong ninyo?
Hindi, yung sa NAIA po.
Ako po?
Hindi, Mr. Chair, based on our discussions, di ba? Until now, they really don't know what really happened in January 1. Am I right? Maybe we can address the question to NAIA General Manager Cesar Chong.
Your Honor, if ako po ang sasagot dyan, sa ngayon, meron na akong idea kung ano yung nangyari after the presentation of CAAP. And since I'm the chairman, I would ask my questions to complete the knowledge that I have now para malaman ko kung ano talaga ang nangyari. So, Your Honor, kayo po ang magtanong sa mga resource persons natin kung ano po yung gusto ninyong malaman.
To NAIA General Manager Cesar Chong. Do we really have the manpower, qualified manpower for the job description? Yung mga tao po ba natin, do they really have the background experience in air navigation?
Your Honor, with your indulgence, siguro ang dapat sumagot dyan yung pong CAAP kasi sila po ang may hawak ng critical system equipment na yon.
Sige po, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, we know it's a circuit breaker, but we don't know yet what caused the circuit breaker to fail. Hence the need for the result of the forensic investigation by CICC. This is ongoing, ma'am. Then on the second question is, do we have qualified personnel manage
Yes.
the system? Yes, we do, Your Honor. We have qualified electrical engineers, not only qualified, but experienced. We also have technicians manning the different systems of the CNS ATM. So qualified po yan. They are not only trained locally, but they were trained by the provider of the CNS ATM as well. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I doubt it, Mr. Chair, kasi when the recovery maintenance operations were initiated, it was reported that the backup system similarly failed to produce the required power demand. So kung talagang qualified sila, what really happened? Anong ginawa po nila, Mr. Chair?
To the chair, ma'am, as what was explained earlier, a series of troubleshooting was done, and then they had to do a workaround to bypass the affected parts of the electrical system para ho ma-restore yung ating operations ng CNS ATM. It actually, they were able to solve the problem, and they were able to pinpoint the more or less the part that was the culprit that caused the overvoltage and the shutdown or the standby of the UPS that were provided. Hence, nawala ho yung power natin. Pero nang naayos nila yon, they did the necessary workarounds, the system is now working, including, as I said, the replacement of the faulty circuit breaker.
Sir, this event happened in the morning where we had the benefit of time and illumination. Sir, is there any assurance if the redundancy systems in place can address a similar incident that might happen at night?
As of now, ma'am, as we said, we have replaced the faulty part, the suspected part, and we are not stopping at that. We are still continuing the investigation, and we intend to put in place all the redundancy or add more redundancy to the system para hindi mangyari ito ulit. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, there are also allegations of negligence in the maintenance and upkeep of the equipment. Is that true, Mr. Chair?
The chair, no, it's not true, ma'am.
Pero sir, parang nabalitaan namin yan. Parang there are news na, there are allegations na merong problem in our maintenance.
Through the chair, as far as our technicians are concerned, daily ho ang pag-check nitong CNS ATM natin. Meron hong schedule to, meron hong mga logbooks on who checked it, at what time, what parameters they found, if it is working fine or not. And this is not only a daily check, may protocol ho yan. Meron daily checks, merong weekly checks, monthly checks, and annual checks. So, ano talaga ito eh? This is based on the procedure. In fact, in almost all of the systems, meron na hong nakalagay kung anong dapat gawin, nakapaskil ho yan eh. So, no, we don't think there was any negligence as far as the technicians are concerned. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, who is responsible evaluating and making recommendations on the repair replacement of outmoded equipment in our airports?
Your Honor, could you please repeat that? I myself was not able to get it.
Who is responsible evaluating and making recommendations on the repair replacement of outmoded equipment in our airports?
To the chair, sir. It is CAAP responsibility, ma'am.
So hindi niyo po na-check na-anticipate that we will experience this problem, Mr. Chair?
The failure of the circuit breaker could not really be anticipated in spite of the so many safeguards or procedures that are being done Sine-check
Posible kung
mo
may
yan
maintenance to.
daily. Pero yung internal workings ng circuit breaker, we do not have any access to that. And this is also true for some of our other equipments. Katulad ng AVR, if there's anything wrong with that, we, the technicians of CAAP, are not authorized to open it and do maintenance procedure internally. So kung mayroong defect yan, we will call for the manufacturer or the service provider. Thank you.
Chi, meron tayong maintenance schedule, di ba?
Say again, ma'am, through the chair.
We have
Kindly-
maintenance schedule, Mr. Chair, di ba?
Ulit, Kauntina, dahil hindi namin nakukuha clearly yung tanong.
Mr. Chair, we have maintenance schedule.
Yes, they have.
Yes, we do, ma'am,
So,
as I stated, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly.
So hindi po na-check, hindi man lang po na makita ng ating electrician.
Through
We
the
have a
chair,
regular maintenance.
yun ho kasing circuit breaker, yung loob ho niyan, hindi ho namin kaya, we are not authorized or capable of checking the internal workings of a circuit breaker. External lang ho yung level namin to find out if it has input and output, and if there are, kasi may mga nuts ho yan nakita niyo yung kailangan ho yan mahigpit to make sure that the proper voltage or electricity passes through. Hanggang doon lang ho kami. Hindi namin ho kaya yung sa loob. Hindi kami ho authorized buksan yung circuit breaker.
Who is authorized to check the circuit breaker?
Kauntina, you have 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, who is authorized to check the circuit breaker? Circuit breaker.
To the chair, hindi ho nabubuksan yun It's talagang parang naka-sealed siya So hindi namin ho makikita yung laman sa loob. So that's why we sent it to the ICT. Sila ho ang magpe-perform ng investigation kung ano ho talaga yung nagka-diferensya sa loob. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest to invite the DICT to check what really happened to the circuit breaker, Mr. Chair?
Kung Tina, for your information, CAAP is conducting the fact-finding investigation insofar as the incident is concerned. And I think the OTR is conducting another investigation together with the DICT and other agencies of government.
Sige po. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next interpellator would be from the minority, and this is number 5. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro to make her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga resource person. So, pinakita po sa explanation ni Engineer yung problema natin na hindi pala sa UPS, pero nag-emergency purchase ng 2 UPS. So, sa circuit breaker, nagkaroon ng problema at hindi nila ma-determine kung bakit nagkaroon ng problema at meron pang kailangan na forensic study, Mr. Chair, no? Pero sinasabi din nila, kasi ang tanong ko dito, kung na-maintain ng maayos, regular, at na-maintain ng maayos po yung lahat ng mga pinanggagalingan from the equipments up to the power supply, so wala pong mangyayaring ganon. Tama po ba?
Tama po, ma'am.
So, sa pangyayaring ganon, nagkaroon ng problema somewhere in the maintenance.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so ito po yung responsibility nyo, tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
So, alam niyo po ba kung gaano kalaki yung naapektuhan, Mr. Chair, dito? So, sinabi sa report ninyo po, merong may mga 700 flights with ilang mga passengers yung affected. So sa ibang bansa, Mr. Chair, pag ganun ang pangyayari na sobrang nagkukos ng ganito karaming problema sa mga mamamayan natin, hindi lang pagsasorry dapat yung ginawa ng CAAP. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Tama po, ma'am.
Okay, so meron po bang dito, responsible person talaga, especially yung maintenance level or yung maintenance personnel na talagang dapat na nag-asikaso dito? Ano po ba yung nagkaroon po ba ng, hindi lang yung pagko-correct, Mr. Chair So inaasahan ng mga mamamayan dito yung accountability nung mula do sa mga maintenance hanggang sa inyo po, Mr. Tamayo. So nagkaroon po ba dito ng ng resignation, o kasi ang umamin dito hindi pa kayo masyadong nag-sorry sa mga tao after dito, di ba?
We
Kayo po,
apologize, ma'am.
sino po ba yung unang nag-sorry? Kayo po o yung si Mr. President?
Kami po, ma'am.
So kayo po.
Yes, ma'am.
At dito po sa mga maintenance personnel natin, Mr. Chair. So nakita na po ba natin sino may pagkukulang? Kasi nakita natin dito sa maintenance personnel yung may pagkukulang. Sabi nyo, daily, weekly, monthly, chine-check yung lahat.
Yes.
Pero saan po doon nanggaling? So hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin na kasalanan ng circuit breaker kasi hindi namin alam kung hanggang kailan siya mag-fail. So it's up for us, di ba? Yung tao po na nagme-maintain nun. So ano po masasabi niyo dyan, Mr. Chair?
That is correct, ma'am. As we mentioned po, ma'am, the investigation is still ongoing. Dalawa ko yung bodies na nag-i-investigate yan. One, it is internal sa amin. And then there is an external body composed of different agencies. Aside from DOTR po, kasama ho yung DICT and kasama rin ho yung defense natin and NSA to find out talaga kung ano nangyari. So it is still ongoing po, ma'am.
So hanggang kailan po, Mr. Chair, yung investigation?
We will expedite, ma'am, and we want to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible.
Yes, so inaasahan din ba natin, Mr. Chair, that heads will roll after the investigation?
If there will be anyone negligent, ma'am, definitely we will follow that advice of yours.
Definitely, sir, Mr. Chair, merong negligence at merong incompetence dun sa pangyayaring yon. So, eto katumbas ito, Mr. Chair, kung hindi ko kung ako po yung mag-assess yung national security natin. So, talagang na malaking problema po kung talagang ganito yung klase ng pagme-maintain dito sa ating Okay, so sinabi din po na Mr. Chair ng ating butihing secretary nung una na ang problema dun sa equipment. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair? Sinabi nyo, Mr. Secretary, sinabi nyo po na outdated yung ating equipments that we have to be replaced.
Through the chair, Mr. Chairman, let me answer. No, wala po akong sinabi na outdated yung equipment po, no.
Okay.
Because yung equipment po is working, no. The system is working, no. Nagkaroon lang po ng itong ang technical problem, no. Although I mentioned po that itong system na to is in its midlife, no. Kasi po as explained earlier, nag-start po yung system na to, yung construction niya 2010, no. So it's a 2010 technology, no. And as I have discussed with the manufacturer, no, sila po sa kanya galing yung term na midlife, no. I just adopted that statement from the manufacturer na it's in its midlife, no. And there's a need po to really improve it or do some more upgrades, no. So yun po ang sinabi ko, pero never that I said that it's an outdated system, no?
Okay, kasi 2010 ito and then yung construction natapos nagkaroon ng inauguration in 2018.
Opo.
So medyo matagal na, no, yung panahon. So kung midlife ito, so ibig sabihin, kailangan din nating mag-ensure na mga necessary precaution just in case na magkaroon maano niya na no, matapos niya na yung kanyang lifespan,
Yes,
yung mga
ma'am.
equipment na ito. So prepared po ba tayo doon, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, opo, no? In fact po, as early as September, pinag-aralan na po namin yung possibility of having a backup system or a new system, no? Kasi nga po, it took 18 years po yung first system natin before it was established, no? And since it is in its midlife, no? Nagpe-prepare na po kami, no? Kaya nga po ang CAAP gumawa sila ng research study na sinasabi nga na kailangang siguro magkaroon tayo ng backup, no? And isa po 'yan sa aming priority projects for 2023, no?
Okay. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. So balik po ako kay Sir Tamayo, no? Sinasabi po niya na we have the yung ating mga personnel ay competent naman, yung mga engineers. So wala po ba tayong kulang na personnel halimbawa for CAAP?
To the chair, if I may po, yung as far as CAAP is concerned, one of our problems, dahil magagaling nga and competent yung ating mga technicians, air traffic controllers, ito ho ay napapirate. They are pirated by other countries na mas mataas ho yung bayad, most specifically like the Middle East. Lalo yung mga air traffic controllers natin. Ang laki ho ng sweldo, the starting salary is about 300,000 or something. Yung starting natin is only 45,000. So it is very attractive for other countries to pirate yung mga technical people ho natin, mga engineers and technicians, especially working on the CNS ATM and our air traffic controllers.
So yung mga competent po na pirate na, Mr. Chair. So paano yun? Incompetent na yung nasa atin.
Hindi po, ma'am. I'm sorry.
So sinasabi niyo eh.
No. I'm just saying. Kasi marami hong magagaling sa atin, so yun ang kinukuha nila. But we have dedicated personnel who have been with us for years. And they are very confident. Sila ho yung nagtitrain dito sa mga bata. Doon ho ako saludo kasi may mga offer sila, but then they said, we'd rather stay here in CAAP and the Philippines.
So wala tayong kakulangan.
Yun lang ho ang
ng
problema.
expertise.
But then, in terms of number of employees, we are continuously training technical people ho. Hindi ho tayo tumitigil dyan dahil nga nababawasan tayo, tuloy-tuloy po yung training natin.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you po, Sir Tamayo. No? 1 minute. So yung last 1 minute ko na lang po ay kung paano natin i-compensate, Mr. Chair, siguro kay Secretary Bautista, no? Yung mga pasahero na sobrang naperwisyo dito. So imagine kahit na sinasabing unfortunate yung sinasabi niyo po unfortunate January 1 pa. So paano po natin mako-compensate? Hindi lang simpleng bigyan ng pagkain, So ang dami pong mga naging naging problema noong ilan ba yan? 11,000. So paano po ba ito? Ano po ba ang masasuggest ninyo, no? Kasi hindi lang pwedeng sorry O kung may magre-resign man dyan, hindi rin enough yun. So paano po ba natin in the future mako-compensate yung mga pasahero po natin na hindi naman nila kasalanan yan. Hindi rin naman pwedeng ibalik lang yung pamasahe. So kung may business dyan, actually, hindi pa nga natin, Mr. Chair, kasama dito yung mga airlines. Magkano yung mga naperwisyo din sa ating mga airlines. Ito ba? Aside from the passengers. So meron na po ba kayong estimate na estimate na damages sa airlines, sa mga passengers, and to all the affected people, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, can I request the Executive Director of CAB to respond to that question?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone, and to the Honorable Chair. Congressman Acop, and to the honorable members of the committee. Ang nakuha po namin ay yung mga losses ng airlines na umabot po ng mahigit sa 100 milyon. Pero we have to admit po that yung losses ng mga individuals affected by the glitch medyo mailap po ito at pinipilit po namin magkaroon ng mga reference values. Pero tama po kayo at malaki ang mga perwisyo dahil yung iba, yung employment nila was put in jeopardy. At sa ngayon po, sa mga ganitong pangyayari, sa pananaw po ng airline, this is a force majeure situation. At globally, universally, wala pong pananagutan yung mga airlines dun sa mga damages na yon. Pero meron po naman tayong APBR din na nagbibigay ng mga amenities at kung appropriate hotel accommodation. Ngayon, yung pong force majeure sa aking pananaw is relative to the person invoking it. Yung airlines can invoke force majeure vis-a-vis the passengers. Pero ang ultimate question po sa isipan ng marami, paano naman yung force majeure ba yun sa gobyerno? Ibig sabihin, may pananagutan po ba ang gobyerno? At according to the previous explanations po of the Director General, the matter is still under investigation, a forensic investigation by a team of experts. Interagency po ito, different layers. At doon pa lang po makikita kung magkakaroon ng findings of negligence or bad faith. At dyan po mag-a-arise yung liability or responsibility ng gobyerno. Kasi kung wala pong makikitang negligence or bad faith or breach of duty on the part of the responsible officers, ito po ay magiging force majeure din pagdating sa gobyerno. At ito po parang yung bagyo, parang yung mga ibang calamity na masasabi nating beyond the control of the parties concerned. So, iintayin po natin na matapos yung investigasyon bago po tayo magkaroon ng mga assumptions. Thank you po.
Last Mr. Chair, no? So, tingin ko, Mr. Chair, hindi siya force majeure. So, tingin natin dito, based doon sa initial na mga presentation po ng CAAP at saka ng ating DOTR, merong negligence somewhere na kailangan nating makita. At yun nga po, hindi lang dapat sorry, dapat meron ding panagutin in terms of financial or whatever na compensation para sa ating mga pasahero sa mga nangyaring ito. At hindi na ito mangyari in the future, Mr. Chair. So yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Castro. Before we proceed, the chair would acknowledge the presence by Zoom of the Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez, representing the 2nd District of Laguna. The Honorable Dean Asistio, one of our vice persons, representing the 2nd District of the City of Caloocan, NCR. And the Honorable Siriaco Gato Jr., representing the Lone District of Batanes. The next interpellator would be the Honorable Gus Tambunting. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dearest colleagues and distinguished guests, I would like to ask some questions to help the committee and the Congress understand the issue at a deeper level, so we can learn from this experience for the good of our countrymen. I speak not only as the Vice Chair of the Committee on Transportation, but also the congressman of the city which hosts part of the airport. The first question I have is to the Department of Transportation, to the good secretary. Could this have been avoided?
Well, through the chair, No? Pwede naman po kung talagang na nakita natin yung problema, no? But as presented po by CAAP, no, hindi po nakita yung problema doon sa circuit breaker, no.
So this is an incident that would have happened even with the exercise of proper diligence and maintenance?
Opo.
Thank you. Second question. In other countries with similar incidents, how long did it take for them to fix the same issue? And second, is the Philippines the only country in the world that experienced the same technical glitch? Ito ba ay isang only in the Philippines experience?
Through the chair, may I request Director General Tamayo to respond to the question?
Through the chair, sir, if I may. On the same date, meron ho nangyaring exactly the same incident that disrupted flights due to their air traffic management system. And this occurred in Florida po, in the US. And it took them about anywhere from 4 to 5 hours to restore normal functioning. Sometime June or July of this year, last year, ganun din ho ang nangyari sa Switzerland. Nagkaroon din ho ng disruption because of the malfunctioning or what they call it technical glitch of the air traffic management system. And it took them almost the same, about 5 hours to resolve this. So it has been occurring. I can only point out to those two occurrences as of now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yesterday, our good President Bongbong Marcos, assured the public that the government will continue to improve the country's transportation system. And we all here are indeed supportive and in favor because of the multiplier effect that this may cause if it is not improved. My question is, Mr. Secretary, what are the short, medium, and long-term plans that you have in proposing that this would not happen again?
Through the chair, we included this program as a priority project of the Department of Transportation for 2023. No? As early as September, we already had some discussions about this. No? And I included this in my report to the cabinet on October 11. No? And what we really want to do is to prepare a feasibility study for the upgrade or putting up of a backup system. No? So we really need to study this very carefully because it will cost the government a huge amount of money. We don't have the figure right now, Your Honor, but if you will look at how much we spend for the system that we're operating now, it's 10 billion pesos. No? We would like also to have a system that can be a backup, not just an upgraded system, but can be a backup of maybe this system. No? So that if something happens, if there is fire, if there is earthquake, and this system is damaged, we can have another system located in another site, no? As part of our business continuity program. No? So that's one of the medium to long term projects that we want to implement, Your Honor.
Would it be possible, Mr. Secretary, can we be assured na hindi na po maulito in the short term?
Well, yes, Your Honor. We are working closely with our technical people. No, see to it that this system is maintained. We will work closely with the supplier, the manufacturer of the system. No? We have already, I already met with them, and we will talk with them about possible upgrades of the system.
Okay, so we are assured that the uninterrupted will not be interrupted in the future.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Secretary. What is your opinion about using the old technology as a backup contingency?
Through the chair, the backup system po is an old system that we have been using before we adopted this CNS ATM project. No, it can still be used po. In fact, it was reported to me that when we opened the sky at 4 o'clock last January 1, initially they were using the old system, no, until the total system is operational. No,
So we'll still be using the old system until the old backup system. Our traffic air controllers have to be taken care of. Question, are they paid properly?
let me, Your Honor, may I ask DG Tamay to respond?
Yes, please.
Through the chair, sir. As I mentioned earlier, comparing the salaries of our air traffic controller as against the other air traffic controllers in our neighboring countries or around the world, talaga hong mababa yung sweldo natin. As I said, their starting salary is 45,000, whereas the starting salary of the same qualification air traffic controllers in the Middle East is about equivalent to 300,000. So malayo po talaga yung pay scale. In fact, if you need more information, we have the head of our traffic system here with us. Perhaps she can share what the exact figures are and the number of people we are losing, if the Honorable Chair will permit.
Yes, please. Who will be up? Mr. Chair, I think Captain Ski would like somebody acknowledged.
It's through the chair. It's Marlene Singson. She's the head of our air traffic control system.
Per information that I've gathered, kung pupunta siya sa abroad, mga 800,000 a month ang sweldo niya. I don't know if that's correct. You can state that, Madam. You have the floor.
Through the chair, thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity to forward this particular issue on remuneration. Actually, sir, it has been the cry of our air traffic controllers since decades ago. Right now po, our starting salary, as mentioned by our Director General, is only about 40,000 plus. And other countries offer, for example, let us specifically mention Qatar. Qatar offers 380,000 a month with free housing, allowing minor children of their traffic controllers to stay with their parents. So there's a Filipino community there in Qatar. All of them are air traffic controllers. And unfortunately, some of them are the ones inviting the other controllers who are here. And they only require a 2-year experience. So after we have trained them, they start and they're being deployed to air traffic service facilities nationwide. And even some of them are not even given the plantilla position yet. But we continue training them for rating in the facility as a requirement of the operations. Rating in ATMC po requires about, this is after the basic training, requires about 1.5 years to get a rating for radar surveillance. So after that, pag binilang na po natin, it would be more than enough than the required 2 years experience from Qatar, from Dubai, and other countries there. United Nations also recruits some of our air traffic controllers as volunteers. They don't offer salaries, but they offer per dime, which costs millions a month because of the additional risk pay, which is more than 50% of what is being offered as per dime. So yun po ang situation namin ngayon, sir. And if I may also be allowed, the current CPCS that was given to us, they have collapsed 3 air traffic management officers position into 1, thereby causing some issues with the salaries of these 3 levels. A facility chief would have the same salary as that of a line air traffic controller. So yun po ang isa sa mga niinano namin with GCG yesterday. And the commissioner of GCG made a commitment to review. And with that, we would like to extend our deep gratitude to the commissioner and to the entire GCG team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I terminate my line of questioning, I just would like again to I said this in my Facebook, but I would like to congratulate Mr. Secretary. Because I'm on my way to Cebu and to the home province of my mom last December to Zamboanga City, I noticed the vast improvement of the airport, especially tinanggal yung initial screening, yung kung saan pinapasok yung mga bag. Mukhang nagluwag na, hindi na naiinitan yung mga tao sa labas, nakakapasok na sa airport agad, no? At hindi na mahaba ang pila sa labas. And I noticed that a lot of further improvement is being done in the airport. So I'd like to congratulate the good secretary and of course the GM Cesar for the improvement being made. Again, it is my wish and my hope and prayer that this does not happen again, and that the uninterrupted becomes interrupted. Sana hindi na ho natin maulit ito dahil sana hindi na maulit dahil nakakatakot, nakakanervyos at marami pong naapektuhan. 60,000 passengers, 300 flights, and almost 4,000 OFWs were affected, and this should not happen again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for my 10 minutes. I'm sure I was able to hit it exactly in 10 minutes. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tamuting. The Chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Noel Bong Rivera, representing the 3rd District of Tarlac. The next interpellator would be the Honorable Bernadette Herrera. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa lahat. Well, my question first is, a similar incident happened September of 2022 where 30 flights have nagka-power outage. Is this accurate? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, GM, could you?
Through the chair, I think this is a separate incident that occurred on Terminal 3. And perhaps, if I may, GM Cesar Chong can answer that.
Mr. Chair, yes, meron ho tayong power outage po noong September 16 hanggang umabot ho ng September 17. We were able to restore the power po after a few hours. Ang nangyari po, ma'am, yung connection po lang ng immigration, hindi ho pala kasama sa tinatawag nating mission critical items na kasama dun sa standby generator. So after po nangyari yon, na-restore naman ho namin yon, na ayos na po yung connection. Kasi sa standby generator po kasi sa Terminal 3, napag-alaman po namin that we only have about 30 to 40% of the load. So ang kasama po doon or the passenger boarding bridges, yung check-in counters, yung security screening, pero hindi ho nasama yung sa immigration. Kaya medyo nagkapila po. Tapos, what happened, ma'am, nagkaroon rin ho ng disruption. But yung 30 flights na na-delay po, the following day, all of the passengers were already accommodated po.
through you, Mr. Chair, hindi ba ito signal to at least take a look at everything na meron tayo to avoid a similar incident? Kasi maintenance problem again na naman ito eh. So hindi ba yung nag-trigger through you, Mr. Chair, sa ating DOTR and CAAP to check our existing to avoid such a thing? Kanina, and I'd like to clarify, sabi ni DG Tamayo, it's a maintenance problem. But when Congas questioned Secretary na kahit ba tayo ay nakatutok dito, imposibleng kaya bang maiwasan at ang sagot ay hindi. Ano ba talaga? Is it a maintenance problem or not?
Through the chair, sir. Ma'am, as I explained earlier, we are only authorized to do a certain level of maintenance. When it comes to the deeper level, hindi ho kami authorized to do that, and we need the suppliers or the equipment manufacturers to help out on this. Specifically ho yung circuit breaker, hindi kami authorized magbukas yan. So it's similar with other equipments, ma'am. But what we can do is just to, if we find out that it is indeed the defect, then we are authorized to remove and replace it. That's what we did.
But how often do we check on the circuit breaker, Mr. Sherma? Ano ba dapat ng standard protocol? Wala pong na-violate ang kahit sino dito. Kasi sabi, after the fact, yung sukat na in-explain ni Engineer Balukatin earlier, hindi ba yan sinusukat beforehand? Ano ba ang protocol? Maintenance protocol to avoid such a thing. Kasi kahit tayo sa mga bahay natin, may circuit breakers tayo, may mga warning signals para malaman natin kung may problema. Wala bang ganitong protocol na dapat gawin? Yung mga sinusukat-sukat, shouldn't it have been done prior or daily, weekly? Ano po ba?
Through the chair, with your permission, Engineer Balukatin will answer.
Before we recognize the engineer, I have heard you state that you cannot open the circuit breaker. May I know the reason why?
Sir, if I may, the circuit breaker is sealed. Kung makikita ho natin on both ends, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not really familiar with it, maybe Arnold can explain this. Kung makikita ho natin, hindi lang ho tornilyo yan, it is parang naka-rivet on both sides eh. So we're not authorized to open that eh.
GM, nung nangyari yung problema, binuksan ninyo eh. You were not authorized to open it.
No. If I may, sir, we did not open it.
Paano nyo nalaman na nandun ang problema?
Arnold, if I may.
Yeah, kaya nga po ni-require ko yung technical persons ninyo na dapat sumama ngayong araw na ito eh. Kasi yung circuit breaker, pag nasira naman yun eh, mawawala lang ng ilaw sa bahay eh. Di po ba? Kaya, pakisagot ninyo and then you answer please answer the question of the Honorable Herrera para malaman natin kung saan tayo nagsisimula.
Through the chair, permission po. Sir, yung circuit breaker po, nakasil po yun at hindi po yung parang kailangan buksan mo para mag-conduct ka ng maintenance. Nakasil po yun. Hindi, parang ano po yun, pag nasira po yun, papalitan na talaga. Hindi po nare-repair po yung circuit breaker. Ngayon po, yung tanong po ni Your Honor, with regards to measurement, we are performing every shift po. Pag pumasok po yung mga personnel namin, we have 3 shifts in a day. We conduct measuring of all the parameters of the equipment. And in the early morning of January 1, wala pong indication talaga na may problema yung UPS. Of course, mayroon pong yung sinasabing parang maingay sa fan, pero yung UPS po ay nag-i-indicate po ng mga tamang parameters. Yun po. So, mayroon po kaming log niyan
sabi nga na po namin, every week mayroon kaming daily na kinakandak na monitoring, mayroon ding weekly, monthly, and so forth and so on po. Para malaman po namin na yung equipment ay nag-ooperate ng tama po.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so ibig sabihin, nakakatakot, it can happen anytime. I mean, how long yung circuit breaker na yan? How often do you have to replace it? Because if you're telling us at all, the supplier, walang winarning sa atin, o pag meron kayong nakitang ganito, red flag na yan, pag meron ganito, red, then meaning at any given time, it can happen again. Hindi ko kasi matake na we're buying something na walang warning signs na pwede sabihin sa inyo, o pag nakita to, ibig sabihin may problema na. Any equipment that we buy, may warning sa atin, o pag merong ganito, something will happen. So parang ang sinasabi mo sa akin, at all, at any given time, sorry, bigyan na lang puputok yan, tapos na tayong lahat. Is that what you're saying through Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, may I Your Honor, yung circuit breaker po, 20 cycle po, based on the specification, 20,000 cycle po. Ibig sabihin na mag-trip, saka lang papalitan. Pero hindi pa po nangyari yon yung ganong 20,000 cycle. So, kaya po, wala naman po kaming kwan talaga na kailangan palitan na yon. Based on
palitan na yung circuit breaker.
through the chair. Okay. Yung pong yung pag-trip po yung ibig sabihin nag-trip po siya, nakatitect siya ng problema. Yung po yung sinasabing cycle trip na 20,000 po. Wala pa po yun. Tapos yung
Sorry
pong
to interrupt. Nakakailan na po yung trip?
actually yun lang po yung doon
First
lang
trip.
po first trip po.
So meaning, kaya nating takbuhan yung nag-supply ng circuit breaker. If we have to get to the bottom of it, if like you say, kailangan may ganito, then may problema yung circuit breaker to begin with.
Through the chair, siguro siguro tapusin muna po yung investigation po para malaman po natin.
Okay. So it's well maintained. Yun kasi sabi kanina kay Congresswoman Castro, there's a maintenance problem. So, was there really a maintenance problem, Mr. Chair?
After the chair said, as stated, we follow all the maintenance procedures, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, annual. And as stated earlier, that there are maintenance protocols and procedures that are followed. So ginagawa po ma'am ito. At the same time, every time that anything is done, meron ho kaming mga logbooks to find out what was actually done and to find out if indeed na-perform ho yung maintenance procedures on that specific day or week or month or year. So these are followed po ma'am.
So nasunod mo. Mr. Chair, now, if the circuit breaker is a problem, why did we buy new UPS? Take offense, Mr. Chair.
To the chairman, we as soon as we detected these problems, we got in touch with the supplier, and then we found out nga the lifespan of the UPS is anywhere from 7 to 10 years. And they said, yung amin is about 7 or 8 years. And usually, yung lumalampas daw ng 10 years yan eh. So based on that, after we saw what happened, tapos merong na-determine na merong fan problem yung isa, so we decided that perhaps it's time to change it already. At the same time, we don't know, based on the troubleshooting, if indeed it was affected. Although it worked, nag-cut off po siya, nag-standby. So it is now best to replace it at this time to make sure that there will not be anything similar that will happen as far as the power is concerned.
So yung fan problem was sa UPS. So may fan, aside from the circuit breaker, there was a fan problem with the UPS. That's why you had to change the UPS as well. So you bought two.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the manufacturer came to us and they informed us that the UPS was functioning properly. That's the existing one. And likewise, the other one that had yung umugong daw, which was determined by one of the technicians, was also, there's nothing wrong with it except the fan. So, yun ho yung naging problema doon sa isa. Although sabi, pwede ho natin energize, but we decided wag because we're still in the critical situation.
Mr. Chair, last na lang po before we, anyway, discuss na lang siguro natin yun in length, maybe the others with regards to the UPS. Ano po ba ang standard protocol natin? Because it was mentioned by Cap earlier that we compensated the airlines 100 million. We gave them 100 million compensation. Is that correct? But we did not compensate the passengers?
Through the chair, we did not compensate the airlines, but we never compensate airlines. We mentioned about the estimated losses po ng airlines, about 109 million, yung local airlines natin.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to know, ano po ang standard protocol natin for these delays and all that? Nagpakain po ba tayo sa mga pasahero? And then, how will we now compensate our passengers? Dahil maraming nag-rebook, maraming nag-land sa Cebu, maraming nag-land sa Davao, maraming... Siyempre, these are... Ano ang standard protocol natin with our existing laws that we have so that we could correct? That's why this is in aid of legislation. Ano ang standard protocol natin to compensate our passengers? Because clearly, hindi to force majeure. Dahil diferensya ng ating mga equipments to eh. Ang force majeure is lightning, kung ano man. But these are not those. So ano ang dapat nating ano ang standard protocol and what are the guidelines we should set in place so that we could compensate our passengers who were stranded because of this incident?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. There is already a clearly defined protocol po, which is defined in our Air Passenger Bill of Rights. It's a joint administrative order of the DOTR and the DTI, as well as it is also a regulation of the CAB. And it's we are proud to say that it is 10 years old and it's one of the first in the world to be a set of guidelines, because in other countries it's a patchwork of regulation. And it clearly defines the rights of the passengers vis-a-vis the airlines in cases of delay, in cases of cancellation, and in other, it includes tarmac delays. So meron po tayong pagpalo ng 3 oras with or without the fault of the airlines. The airlines already should provide nourishment to the passengers. Sa tarmac delay po naman, pagpalo ng 2 oras, obligado na rin po with or without the fault of the airline. Pero globally po, because the airline industry is the most global of all industries, may mga protocols din po tayo, bine-benchmark din natin. Ang universal principle po dyan, there is a line between what is called force majeure. In other countries, they call it extraordinary circumstances. At saka yung cancellation, suspension due to the fault of the airline. Halimbawa, hindi po dumating yung piloto ng airline. Definitely, that's the fault of the airline. At iba po ang mga karapatan ng mga pasahero under those differing circumstances. Pagka po fault ng airline at pagpalo ng 6 hours na pong delayed yung biyahe, yung pong bill of price natin nagtatakda ng compensation over and above po sa ticket. Halimbawa, yung value ng ticket mo, nilipad mo after 6 hours, you're entitled to the value of the same ticket. Meron po mga compensation.
Mr. Chair, interrupt ko lang, but for this instance?
For this instance po, ang paniniwala po namin ay, yung nga po, when we say force majeure, number one, it is not yet established because it
it is under investigation. Pangalawa po, ang force majeure is relative to the parties involved. No? Dito po sa contract of carriage between the airline and the passenger, in the perspective po of these two parties, the event was beyond the control of the airlines kasi po it pertains po sa gobyerno. So in the perspective of that contract of carriage, it would fall under the category of a force majeure. So sa force majeure po, ang karapatan ng isang pasahero ay yun lamang refund po lamang. Kasi po mas mabigat yung rebooking. Kasi po if you buy a ticket, a promo ticket, months ahead of the date of flight, mura po yun. Pero kung na-cancel ang flight because of force majeure, ang APBR po natin, Bill of Rights, it says that the passengers entitled to refund. Kaya po ganun. Kasi kung binili mo ng mura yung ticket, mura lang yung ibabayad sa'yo ng mga airlines. Pero ang patakaran po natin, although ganun ang nasa rules, the first order of the day for the CAB and the DOTR is to issue an advisory to the airlines that you go beyond the terms of the Air Passenger Bill of Rights. Do not just refund. You rebook the passengers without additional charges and penalties and provide hotel accommodation when appropriate. So, we cite the corporate social responsibility of the airlines, and in our experience po naman through the years, the airlines naman rise to the occasion and nakakapagbigay po naman ng mga pagkain kahit na force majeure po ito, nagbibigay po ng pagkain ng mga airlines. At lalo na po ang MIA, kahit na po ang mga airports natin, hindi naman sila talagang obligado, pero as a way of government to reach out to the people, ito pong occasion na ito, nakapagbigay po ng mahigit 5,000 malasakit kits ang MIA at ang mga airlines. Ang aming pong opisina, maliit lamang, pero we try to bring the passengers affected closer to the airlines by hearing them and assisting them. We have deployed people in 33 airports. At meron po kaming parang crisis management team na meron kaming lines of communication, merong focal persons, saan ba may build up, meron bang kagulo din sa T4, we have to preposition resources there. At tawagan ng mga airlines, dito tayo mag-concentrate. So we're improving po the system. Pero limited po ang kakayahan natin dahil kami po ay isa lamang ng gobyerno. Pagdating po doon sa mga damages talaga, ito po justiciable na. At it pertains to the course of law na po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On that note, sana magkaroon na tayo ng air passengers or rights of passengers na bid. Wala pa tayong batas doon eh. So through your intercession, Chairman, sana makapagpasa tayo ng batas. To update. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Herrera. May ask ka para masettle na natin to. Nung i-deliver yung equipment noong 2010 and installed in 2018, yung bang equipment kung pupunta tayo doon sa building na yun, kung saan naka-house itong critical system na ito, wala pang napapalitan na pyesa? Magmula nung in-install ninyo?
Your Honor, may answer. Yung mga pong, alimbawa po mga server, mayroon mga...
Hindi, tinatanong ko po, may napalitan na ba?
Mayroon na po, yun.
Meron. Yung bang na mga napalitan critical pieces of equipment doon sa sistema?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, kagaya ng ano?
Yung server, o kaya yung mga module po ng mga equipment, yung po mayroon pong mga module po na equipment na critical, yung server, yung sa BSAT po, pyesa po ng BSAT, marami na po. Pero ginagamit po namin yung na-deliver na spare part together with the equipment. Sa ngayon po, depleted na po.
Unang-una, yung mga AVRs, Yun pa rin ba? Noong 2018?
Your Honor, yung pa rin po.
Yun pa rin. So, 4 years in existence.
4 years in 2017 to yes, almost 5 years.
5 years, or less.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Yung UPS, yun din.
Yun din po, Your Honor.
So, kasi nandun yung problema. It's either sa UPS at saka sa voltage regulator. So, tinatanong ko, yun pong AVRs at saka yung UPS kasama doon sa sinupply nung supplier.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Pinag-usapan ang mga tanong, maintenance. Hindi ba merong maintenance contract ito basta't foreign funded?
Yung pong equipment ay na-turn over po ng
Hindi. Tinatanong ko po kung kuhan.
Sa ngayon
Di ba
po,
may maintenance contract ito basta't foreign funded? Yes or no?
wala na po ngayon, sir. Your
Yes,
Honor.
nag-expire ng after 2 years.
After 3 years, because warrant have defect notification period on the first year and warranty for 2 years.
Okay. So, after that, wala na. Bakit nyo tinatanong yung supplier ngayon? Ngayon kayo yung nagka-problema. Wala na siyang pakialam. Tapos na yung warranty. Wala naman kayong maintenance contract na pinirmahan. Kasi kanina pa ang tanong-tanong dun sa maintenance eh. Tapusin na natin.
Through the chair, ang ginawa ho lang namin is we requested assistance from the supplier and which they obliged naman po na tinutulungan po kami. Specifically ho, yung mga parts na available locally.
Thank you. The next interpellator is my good friend. Napakaaga nito para mag-signify na magtanong eh. The Honorable Salvador Plato. He was here before 9 o'clock.
Mr. Chair,
You have the floor, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, our esteemed guests and honorable colleagues. Yung tinatanong ko kanina, hindi na ituloy. It's a technical because I am also a technical man, being a career undersecretary ng Public Works and Highways. For 41 years I was there. Yung tinatanong ko kanina kasi, technical, tungkol doon sa failure ng cooling power of the CNS at saka yung ETM. And again, yung malfunctioning yung second apps, yung uninterrupted power system at saka yung failure to use the switching to the use of the backup power. Na-explain naman na kanina eh. Naintindihan naman natin. Tuloy ko na lang doon sa personnel, ano po. Dito po sa CAAC, this for CAAC. There are reports that some CAAC personnel resigned. Did they resign or terminated? Is it true that those who were terminated or resigned consultants in CAAC are more than 70 or 80 years old?
Through the chair, if I may answer, that is correct, sir. There are 4 inspectors actually. They don't belong to the CNS ATM or ATS. Ito ho yung mga flight safety inspectors natin. And we have retired those above 75 because yung age po nila is, the oldest is 81 na po eh. So these people, they are still doing check rides. Kumisan ho, they have to go abroad, they have to go to company flights. And since itong pandemic, marami na ho tayong available candidates coming from the airlines, mga piloto ho, mga inspectors that are applying and they are equally qualified. So yun hong medyo yung above 75, we decided to retire them already.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, isang tanong ko pa. Is CAAP as a government agency ISO certified? Siguro certified. I was in Public Works 2 years bago ka ma-certify sa ISO.
Not yet, Your Honor, but it is ongoing. We are working on that.
Kasi pag if you're ISO certified, kailangan meron tinatawag tayo doon na we call that risk management in ISO standards. Kaya dapat siguro ma-certify, may ISO certified. Until now, di pa certified, ISO certified, very big department, secretary. Pati public, pati private pa contract, yung malalaking kumpanya, hindi kailangan na ISO certified.
We will work on this, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
so, yes, that will be one of our priority. Thank you for the suggestion. We are, however, ICAO certified. Pasado ho tayo sa ICAO, which is the international body overseeing the CAEP operations.
Kasi pag ISO certified, Mr. Chair, meron tayong tinatawag na risk management plan. Kaya dapat siguro ISO certified po kayo. Kasi if you're dito sa risk management plan, mayroon din tayo tinatawag na action plan. Anong dahilan? Bakit hindi pa kayo na ISO certified up to now?
As far
as
the
company.
Yes, sir. As far as yung mga contingency plans po, these are all in place. Kung meron hong mangyari katulad nito, there are specific procedures or solutions in place already. But however, yes, we will definitely work on getting the ISO certification. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Para kay Secretary to, Mr. Secretary, itong mga narinig ko palagi, what are the pain points in traveling experience in all terminals? Ito po yung paghihirap ng mga pasahero natin or traveling, galing kayo sa PAL, via PAL, at saka ibang airlines, Mr. Chair.
Through the Chair, Mr. Chairman, may I respond
Yes,
to the question? Alam niyo po, napakarami pong pain points pag nagbibiyahe po tayo, especially sa airline. Ang una pong pain points, kung minsan nahihirapan yung mga pasahero na mag-book sa mga airlines. So it's from the time they book their flight po, kung minsan nahihirapan sila. No? Yung system ng mga ibang airlines ay hindi masyadong efficient. No? So they have difficulty booking. No? Yan po sa ang unang pain point ng pasahero. Pag nakabook na po, ang susunod ay yung pagpasok sa airport. No? Normally po, kung ang airport ay congestion, pagpasok pa lang mahaba ang pila. Kaya po, ang Manila International Airport, we just adopted po a policy that we will remove the first screening. No? We just implemented po ito noong December. No? Kaya kung makikita nyo, pag pumasok kayo sa mga terminals ng NAIA, hindi na kayo dadaan doon sa unang x-ray. No? Yan po yung matagal na experience ng ating mga pasahero, no? To the point na there was a time nagkaroon po ng laglag-bala dyan sa mga screening na yan. No? So inalis na po namin yung unang screening. No? So with that po, nabawasan na yung pila pagpasok nyo sa airport, mahaliwalas. No? And dire-diretso na po ang mga pasahero going to the counters. No? Ang susunod pong pain point ay yun pong pila naman pagkuhan ng kanilang mga boarding pass. No? Kaya naman po we are asking mga airlines, no, na kung po pwede ay buksan nila ng mas maaga yung mga counters, no? Para naman yung mga maagang nag-check-in ay makakuha agad ng kanilang boarding pass. No? Another pain point po yung pagpasok sa immigration. No? Kung minsan mahaba ang pila sa immigration. No? Kaya naman po, we work closely with Immigration Department. We requested them to see to it that all immigration counters are properly manned, no? Para mabawasan po yung pila. No? Pagdating naman po sa loob ng airport, kung minsan kulang po yung mga upuan, no? Nakatayo yung mga pasahero. No? Kaya kailangan pong ayusin natin yung ating mga terminals. No? For example po, ang Terminal 4, which is a domestic terminal, no? 800 lang po yung seating capacity noon. No? Pero there are like 15,000 passengers na dumadaan dito sa Terminal 4 a day. No? So, pag nagkaroon po ng dalawang delay man lang dyan sa Terminal 4, marami nang nakatayong mga pasahero, nagiging congested na yung terminal. No? So, yan po ang another pain point. Kaya naman po, pinag-aaralan namin kung paano natin may improve pa yung mga terminals natin, terminals 1, 2, 3, and 4. No? Another pain point po, pag na-delay yung mga flights, maghihintay ng matagal yung mga pasahero. No? So, napakarami pong pain points na talagang na-experience ng ating mga pasahero, kaya we work closely with the airline. No? Another pain point po, yung kung minsan mahaba yung pila pagpasok na sa aeroplano. No? Kung minsan, alam nyo po dito sa Terminal 2, no? Kung minsan, dahil may dumating na flight, yung arriving flight, no? Tinitigil yung pagbo-board po nung ibang flight, no? So kung minsan na-delay yung mga flight because yung facility po natin ay may pagkukulang, no? Pagdating naman po sa destination, no? Kung minsan matagal pong lumabas yung mga bagahe, no? Dahil kung minsan merong defect yung baggage system natin, no? So matagal din pong naghihintay yung mga pasahero. So another pain point po ito, no? And ang isa pa pong pain point na we're trying to resolve is yun pong mga dumadating na pasahero na walang mga sundo. No? Kung minsan mahirap kumuha ng taxi, mahirap kumuha ng yun pong mga yung tinatawag natin na TNVS, ito pong Grab, Angkas. No? Kung minsan po konti yung supply nila. No? And wala yung dito po, wala tayong connection, wala tayong rail connection sa ating airport. Kaya minsan marami pong nahihirapan ng mga pasahero na walang mga sariling sasakyan. No? Yan po yung mga pain points na we're trying to address para naman po yung experience ng ating mga pasahero ay maging maayos, no? Maging convenient po para sa kanila.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Matutuwa ngayon yung mga pasahero natin. Talagang nahihirapan ang mga pasahero natin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko rin tanungin natin itong ating bagong General Manager na Mia. What is the category now of our airport? Are you aware of this?
In terms of safety.
Your Honor, that's the last question for the 10 minutes. Yes, Jen, please.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, in terms of safety, sir, I think we're in category 1 already. In terms of security po, pumasa naman po ang NAIA sa lahat ho ng security assessments ng US Transport Security Administration, ng Canada, ng Australia po. So I think I believe we're okay, sir.
Are you not aware that we might be downgraded to category 2? Okay, if this will happen, our economy and our tourism and investment will suffer. What are the things you should do now in order not to be downgraded to category 2? Please enumerate.
Sir, as far as safety is concerned, may I request the Director General of CAAP kasi yung safety oversight po is basically under the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines din po, sir. Captain Tamayo. Mr. Chair, is it all right, sir?
Yeah. DG Tamayo is recognized.
To the chair, sir. As far as the question on, I would like to confirm that our country is in category 1 as far as the US FAA is concerned. And then as far as the ICAO is concerned, we just had a recent off-site audit that was conducted early this year, late last year, correction. And we improved our rating po. We improved our rating by at least 2 points. 2 points. And we are preparing for the on-site.
With the Federal Aviation.
ICAO po, ICAO.
ICAO.
Yes, we're
In
not
Montreal.
Yeah, we're not. Yes, that's right, sir. We're not audited by the FAA regularly. So, but yes, they indeed communicated with us regarding this incident, and then they were asking us what happened and if we needed any assistance at all. And it is, we replied to them, it is the same thing as far as the ICAO is concerned. They just wanted to have a background on this incident itself, which we said we will comply with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chair, one more.
Siki, for being the earliest to come this morning, I'll give you that
Mr. Chair.
privilege.
In the airport, do you have any coordinating council among yourselves? The CAAP, MIA, Aviation Command, Immigration, Customs, and Quarantine, and others? Is it operational?
I apologize.
Yeah,
Mr.
when was
Chair.
the last time you met?
Sir, if I, when was the last time we met with the other agencies, sir?
Please, do you have any coordinating council now among yourselves?
Yes, sir. We actually, during the crisis management committee, we invited all the airlines, all the different agencies din po through Zoom meetings para po mag-coordinate at mag-collaborate po during this particular issue, sir. And we also have periodic meetings. For example, on the Security Council, meron ho kaming tinatawag na Security Management Committee. So we meet po every month. And then with the, kasi ISO certified po ang MIAA for the last 15 years. We have a quality management system. So meron po kaming periodic meetings with all the government agencies. all
ISO
the
certified
stakeholders.
ba ang MIA?
Yes po. 15 years po. And then last year, we just had our EMS as well. And I'm happy to report po that during the findings, there were no significant findings nor any safety or issues raised during the audit po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next interpolator would be the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, representing One Rider Party List. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone here today. Mr. Chairman, just basing from the discussion that we've had so far, it would seem that we can surmise that the investigation is currently ongoing. But if we are to take the statements of our good resource persons at face value, we seem to be going to two conclusions that I could say. First, it seems to be that we're chalking this up to a glitch on the part of the CNS ATM, which according to the statement, it could not have been avoided. And that number two, that this glitch happened on the system side rather than the UPS side. Before I proceed, can I clarify, perhaps direct this to DG Tamayo, if that is a correct assumption of the proceedings so far?
To the Chair. You are correct. You are correct, Your Honor, as far as your conclusions are concerned. Because as what was illustrated on the diagram, as far as the power side is concerned, wala ho tayong problema doon. And what do you call it? It did not shut down, but the UPS went on standby to protect the whole system. But yung nakita ho natin doon, it is the circuit breaker that is identified that caused all of the issues and that caused the overvoltage. So, na-protectionan ho yan.
Mr. Chair, okay, so thank you for the confirmation, DG Tamayo. Except, of course, for that small fan problem of the UPS. However, that is not exactly the cause of the problem that inspired last January 1, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, and we could see from the, I'm just basing on the letter that you have written to us, directed to the Mr. Chair but furnished to this committee. last October, January 6, that that has been the assessment, and that the problem arose on January 1 at around 10 a.m. and we were able to resolve it by 5 p.m. of the same day. So within those 7 odd hours, we were able to diagnose, assess, and troubleshoot. Tama po ba?
That's correct, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we were able to assess that the problem was in fact system side on January 1, how come we still proceeded with an emergency purchase of UPS, which you reported was completed by January 5? So that's 4 days after the incident, and 4 days after we have already found out that the problem was merely system side.
Through the chair, as I mentioned earlier, we had a consultation with the supplier, and then they mentioned to us the lifespan of the UPS. So what we did was, when we found out this information, so we did a emergency purchase. These brand new UPS are upgraded because what we have are old ones, are more modern. We will not be discarding the old ones, but they will serve as a backup UPS as well. So hindi ho natin tatanggalin yan, lalagyan ho natin ng bago, but still maintain the old system just in case any eventualities come up.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I asked this because you qualified the procurement here in your letter as an emergency procurement. So I assume that this would be shortcutting some standard procedures in bidding. So for example, I assume that you no longer had invitation to bid. You went directly contracting with the supplier. And all of this for a problem which isn't the cause of the glitch. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That is correct, to the chair. We went through emergency purchase, but bidding was done. We followed the same procedures, but we just had to expedite, and other suppliers were invited, including the original equipment manufacturer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just very alarming to see that it was categorized as an emergency procurement, and as I said, the problem wasn't really on that side because, as mentioned by the good secretary, this system is midlife. It's not really an emergency for us to replace, at least yung UPS po, no? So that's why I hope you could forgive this representation for finding it quite alarming that we would categorize it as emergency. Kasi pwede naman po, since the UPS was still functioning, we did not have to really fast-track the purchase of the UPS and simply focus on the fixing of the circuit breaker. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. At the point that the decision was made to replace the UPS, there were still a lot of possibilities, so we were unsure. So we just wanted to rule out the possibility that the UPS indeed will create future problems.
Mr. Chair, but as early as 5 o'clock of January 1, we already determined that the problem was not the UPS, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Then we go back to the assumption that the emergency purchase on January 5 was superfluous. I mean, preliminarily po, no? But that is besides the point. I'll move on to another point, no, Mr. Tamayo. Speaking of the assets that we currently have, and in line with the questioning of the good Congressman Tamunding, it is my understanding now that aside from the current CNS ATM that we have, which suffered the glitch, we still have an older system that served, in fact, as a backup during the downtime. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? Through the Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair. That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so we have a current CNS ATM, we have a backup older system, and now in the same letter, we are suggesting to purchase a 13 billion peso worth newer system. So that would give us 3 systems. Is that, am I understanding this correctly, Mr. Chairman? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
During my time, sir, I used to fly before for so many years. We didn't have the CNS ATM. So I have a system of procedures, whether we have VHF, repeaters, and to implement proper communication and coordination and to make the aviation safe. So that is what that was the backup system that we had. So if you may notice in the presentation, we said we started having partial operation, and in fact, we had so many flights that were able to land. And because, and the reason for this is because we went back to the old procedure, which is inefficient, comparing it to the CNS ATM. So safely ho, ang dami natin na control na aeroplano, but we didn't allow any to depart until such time that we made sure that the CNS ATM was back online.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, of course, this is all very technical and we defer to the expertise of the department. But what I'm simply pointing out is that if we in fact have this current system and we already have an older system which could serve as a backup, I'm just questioning now the insertion of this suggestion of purchasing a newer system, a totally redundant system. Am I correct in my understanding? It's very technical here, I don't quite get it, but this new 13 billion peso system, is this including the system side and UPS? It's a whole separate, you even mentioned here a separate building for it, tama po ba?
Sir, may I allow, through the chair, Ms. Marlene to explain about the old system that we implemented?
Madam, you're recognized.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much po for the inquiry, Honorable Gutierrez. Actually, sir, the old system you have mentioned technically is existing about for 10%. What is usable right now in that old system are the radios. And we would like to point out that the old system we're talking about no longer have radar surveillance. And if we do not have radar surveillance, the kind of air traffic that we have in the Philippines will experience a lot of delays based on the schedule that they have established. Why? Because old technology without the radar surveillance would require a longer separation po. And we will basically rely on a pilot's position report. Whereas with the CNS ATM, the technology po, we can have visual of where they are exactly. The air situation display shows the flight number, the call sign, the positions that they have as targets. And with the targets, we also have the altitude, the speed that they are flying, so we can easily, and the procedures that we have is well in place using this radar surveillance, sir. So what happened last January 1, we were able to bring in 39 flights even after the outage po, using that old system, using the communications po.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We have no doubts about the benefits of the CNS ATM, but I'm only talking about the older system as a backup. Kasi po, my concern here, if you would allow this crude analogy po, mukhang naflatan lang po tayo. Pero bakit po gusto natin bumili ng bagong motor? Meron rin namang lumang motor na pwede gamitin in the meantime. So that is all that I'm bringing up here, Mr. Chairman, because as our dear colleagues, we understand we have the power of the purse. We have to be very judicious in our scrutinizing of the budget. Any allegation of, any suggestion of purchasing something as big as this 13 billion should be studied carefully. And I am very much concerned if our knee-jerk reaction is to have emergency procurement all the time. That would not bode well for us po, no? But with that said, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, if with the Chair's indulgence, I'd just like to move on to discussion of the earning losses, perhaps by a quick manifestation only, directed to the gentleman from the Civil Aeronautics Board, mandated with the economic aspect of transport. I hope we consider, of course, not only the losses of the airlines and their passengers, but also on the other stakeholders, such as those in the tourism industry and those of the labor and employment, especially those who have probably lost opportunities on that day and perhaps even succeeding days because they would have to rebook their flights. And I say this because we really have to consider the economic losses in totality and not merely from the airline's perspective if we are to ever consider the justification for the purchase of another system. Kasi po, if it's only a 7-hour shutdown, perhaps if the older system would be sufficient to take care of the backup in the meantime, I really find it hard to justify the purchase of another 13 billion system, which will only kick in every accident such as this, which is relatively rare. But of course, we defer to the expertise of the department, and these are only humble opinions of this representation. And lastly, on that point, if we are able to see that the purchase of a 13 billion redundant system is in fact unnecessary, perhaps we can channel the 13 billion to properly compensating our air traffic controllers and maintenance personnel. Instead of focusing on this capital investment, perhaps we can bolster our personnel services. Simply a manifestation, again, we defer to the expertise of the department. With that, I'd like to conclude my interpellation, and I thank the good chairman for his indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gutierrez. Yung issue na pagbili nyo ng UPS bago, if you notice, lumalabas palagi eh. And I cannot find any explanation as far as this representation is concerned. Bakit kayo bibili ng UPS? Matanong ko, where did you get the funds for this? Was it part of your program for 2023?
That's correct, sir. It is. It was done through emergency purchase because it's a vital component for the CNS ATM.
Kasama dun sa budget ninyo, sa programa nyo for 2023 as far as your funds are concerned?
Not specifically, sir, but as I said, we
No.
use.
When we speak of budgets, there must be a specific program. Di po ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Emergency purchase. Number one, where did you get the funds? Number two, approve ba ng board ninyo yan?
Sir, the funds that we use are the funds for 2023 that of CAAP.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, sir.
2023.
Yes, sir.
Could you please submit to this committee the program that you have, and so far as your funds are concerned, for 2023, so that we can find out whether you really programmed the purchase of 2 UPS. Emergency yan eh, how would you know?
It is unprogrammed, sir.
Unprogrammed.
Yes, sir.
So, tama yung observation ni Juan. Kaya lang, I have a different take on that. I will take it up later when I will be the one asking the questions. Thank you. Next interpolator is the Honorable Tanhuatco.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. To the resource persons from DOTR, CAAP, CAB, MIA, and other agencies, to members of the committee, good afternoon. I just want to take off from what Congressman Gutierrez was discussing. Para lang mas malinaw, ang old system is that a totally different system from the CNS ATM system. And the 13 billion emergency purchase that Congressman Gutierrez was referring to, is that another system or is it an upgrade of the present CNS ATM?
Through the chair, as far as the second system is concerned, we still have to do a feasibility study on this. But if we look at other countries, lahat po na may CNS ATM na katulad natin, they have a duplicate backup system in existence for exigencies. So yun lang ho yung direction namin.
So yung 13 billion will be a backup of the present CNS ATM. Is that the way I understand it?
Yes, sir. That's why we need a feasibility study. Actually, the 13 billion should not be used as a benchmark. We still don't know how much it will cost. And yun na ho, pag-aaralan natin, pagka nagkaroon ho tayo ng bagong system, which is independent, baka by that time ho, yung system natin existing is obsolete na talaga eh. So this will become the primary CNS ATM.
Kasi if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, DG, yung CNS ATM, can it be considered as a 3-decade-old system? kung 1990s pa siya na-conceive.
If I may, sir, it is a 2010 technology, and then we were informed by the manufacturer, Thales, in the meeting that we had, that systems like this is usually yung ano niya, technology niya is good for about 15 years. So ngayon midlife na tayo, using their term, we should start upgrading. Madali ho mag-upgrade ng software. Madali ho yun. Ang problema ho natin, yung hardware, yung components sa loob. Because after 15 years, what they were telling us, baka wala na ho tayong makuhang replacement. So that is one of the reasons why we are looking into another system.
Well, the reason why natanong ko yun is because nga, Mr. Chair, I don't think anyone wanted this to happen. Wala naman naggusto na mangyari to eh. I used to work for an airport a couple of years ago. I used to work with DG, with Yusek Lim, with Tony Arcilia, and there will come a time talagang mangyayari itong mga unfortunate events. But I think the concern of the committee is rather than be reactive, which I think is usually the case sa sistema natin, is how to look at it siguro 5, 10, 20 years from now. And I think I see the point of DG na kung nasa midlife na ang current CNS ATM system, there is logic in looking for an upgrade or looking at possible upgrades. Pero siguro yung yung mapaliwanag lang na bakit. Kasi hindi parang parang yung iPhone o cellphone na pag may bagong model, madaling kunin or may upgrade ng cellphone, madaling maintindihan. Yung ito, dahil masyadong technical, masyadong mahirap intindihin ng pangkaraniwang tao, especially pag na-inconvenience sila, especially yung mga pasahero natin, how to justify and how to explain the need for an upgrade or the need for a new system. Let's say, dito sa buong mundo, ang CNS ATM, yan ba ang parang pinaka-benchmark? Kumbaga, yan ang ginagamit ng halos lahat ng airport. And then, may mga upgrades na rin.
This is still the gold standard. It is the most modern, I think. Even in the US po, they have something similar, but they are doing upgrades na rin as far as their CNS ATM is concerned. So we are just trying to we're just trying to anticipate para ma-prevent itong mga nangyayari na ganito.
Thank you very much, DG. Mr. Chair, yun lang. Gusto ko lang sanang ma-point out na with the mabilis ang technology. So, kailangan talaga magkaroon tayo ng upgrade. And I think naman the gentlemen in front of, ladies and gentlemen in front of us, have the competence. Now, regarding with what happened, I think it is subject to certain investigations, and I think even this committee will be conducting its own probe. And if there should be accountabilities, I think it should be imposed. Ang sa akin lang, another important lang is ma-realize natin lahat na may mga bagay na kailangan talagang i-upgrade na surveys, technology, and manpower. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tan Huatco. The next interpolator would be the Honorable Paul Dasa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to commend the committee and especially the chairman for holding this briefing and hearing despite the House is on break because this is something of national importance. So thank you, Chairman. May I ask any of the resource person who would be the best to answer who essentially is the regulator of CAAP. Because my understanding, CAAP runs the ATMS, the system, who supervises or regulates the operations of CAAP.
Through the chair, sir. We are an attached agency of the OTR. So basically, we report to the OTR. However, yun hong CAAP kasi is supposed to be a regulator as practiced worldwide. Yun hong nagiging ano natin, we have other functions like accident and incident investigation. Hindi ho dapat sa amin yan. And then the running of airports, because we are supposed to be regulators, not operators, hindi ho din dapat sa amin yan. And then, based on the practice now, yun hong air navigation service and ATS in several countries, na-separate na ho yan from the regulator. So basically po, what I'm trying to say, CAAP ideally should be the regulator in itself as far as the aviation industry is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, and it sounds like the good Director General would support separating the operations from the regulator. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's I think something that should be pursued by the House. That may require legislation. But since we have the good secretary here, that can even be done by administrative order very easily. The secretary is chairman of the board of directors, if I'm correct. Now, you're doing two investigations, an internal one and an external one. So you're actually holding on to three functions, meaning you're operating, you're regulating, and you're investigating yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. The investigation is an internal one in support of the external that will be done.
So may I ask,
it's a fact finding, sir.
okay, in the entire world, how many countries? I think there's about 200 countries in the world, at least, that have airports. How many countries in the world have a similar setup, where you have in one department or one GOCC all three functions?
I do not have the exact figures on that, Mr. Chair, but we will provide it.
Guesstimate, not 10% of the world is set up like ours, 80%, 90%, zero, maybe only us.
I cannot give an estimate, sir, but as far as the first world countries are concerned, hiwa-hiwalay na po ito eh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. I think it's clear that we need to have a discussion, Mr. Chair, on the fundamental functions of CAAP, and I think that will do good for, in terms of long-term planning and to make sure that we will be at least standard operating as a based on international good practices. May I ask, who are the international agencies or bodies that accredit airports in the world?
As far as the Philippines is concerned, it is ICAO.
And that's a UN attached office?
That's correct, sir.
Does the EU or FAA ever do any accreditation of the Philippine airports?
It's only the ICAO, sir.
Okay. And what would you call that accreditation for lay people like myself who don't have any background on aviation? What's the accreditation, what's the report, and how do they do the ranking?
As I said, sir, ICAO will come in regularly and to evaluate our aviation industry. And in fact, as I said earlier, they had an off-site audit on us late last year. The reason for the off-site audit is because aside from having the pandemic, we are safely above the global average as far as our rating is concerned. And in fact, we improved it. However, this year, we are preparing for an on-site audit. Ito ho, ina-audit nila, not only CAAP, but definitely they look into everything, our air navigation system, our airports, and so on.
So, Mr. Chair, so has ICAO ever done an on-site audit or diligence?
They came in many times already. I just cannot remember on what particular date.
And did we pass or fail?
We passed.
And how's the scoring? May I ask if it's A, B, C, D, it's a percentage? How does ICAO rate or rank or score?
It is by percentage. There are 8 critical elements that they audit. And each of these will have a specific weight. Now, as far as CAAP is concerned, we obtain a 69% audit, and the global average is 67.
Who in Asia would be considered the best practice airports? Or, in your words, maybe the highest ICAO ranking, in the world? Who would be the top 3, let's just say?
As far as ASEAN is concerned, definitely it is Singapore.
Okay, and does Singapore use the same system that we use?
Yes, sir. They use Thales as well.
Well, I'm sorry, what it's called?
Thales is the name of the provider.
And that's the ATMS CNS system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have they had any similar problems?
We have not received any reports as far as their system is concerned because it is relatively new.
Okay, our system is 4 years old.
As what was stated, technology 2010, operational by 2018. So, as what was stated earlier, based on the manufacturer's terminology, it is mid-life.
Okay, who else would you know that has the same system that we do?
Thailand, sir. Thailand.
And has Thailand had similar problems, disruptions like us?
I am not aware of any, but we can revert on that question, sir.
Any other countries that similar system, Thales? Thales sounds either British, American, or Australian.
Thales is French, but they are located in Australia. So Australia has the Thales system as well as Papua New Guinea and several other countries.
And Mr. Chair, have any of them had similar problems as the Philippines?
As I mentioned, sir, I don't have the information, but we will revert.
Okay, that's to me very interesting because usually in systems, Mr. Chair, problems can be caused either internally or externally. And you being an investigator, Mr. Chair, I think you're the best suited member of the House to really get to the bottom of this. It could be an internal job. It can be an external job. I can't imagine that the system somehow failed when in other countries it hasn't failed, only in the Philippines. That's a telltale sign for me, Mr. Chair. Now, getting into the details, my understanding from reading the executive summary, you're blaming the fault on the circuit breakers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, as of now, although the investigation is still ongoing.
Okay, and the circuit breaker is manufactured or supplied by Thales?
It is, to the chair, it is supplied by Sumitomo.
And who's the manufacturer?
I was informed, sir, that it is a Korean manufacturer.
Okay, and you bought new ones. How many new ones did you purchase? Emergency procurement?
Just one, sir.
And which one did you, and who's the supplier manufacturer?
It's exactly the same.
So why would you do that if the one you're replacing failed?
Because there is no, we have no protocols on what replacement we can use. So on the safe side, we decided to buy exactly the same unit, the same model.
So, Mr. Chair, how would we know that the same thing won't happen tomorrow, or tonight, or next week?
As what was mentioned, sir, anything can happen. Especially if it is internal, we can only improve our maintenance. We can only improve the training of our people. We can only improve the oversight as far as maintaining our systems are concerned.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, but I can't accept anything can happen. When lives, safety are at stake, it cannot be anything can happen. I think the right answer is nothing should happen. It's just the reverse. There's something fundamentally wrong, I sense, with this January 1st situation. Now, you purchased UPS under emergency procurement. What were the original UPS? And I guess my question is, a shortcut, did you purchase the same UPS system that was there already?
We purchased the new UPS from the same manufacturer. However, these are the newer models now, which is easier to maintain and better monitoring, because I was informed that you can actually download the system by just plugging a computer.
And because it was emergency procurement, what would be the cost difference, if I may ask, from the original and to the newer version?
I am not aware, sir, of the cost of the originals. And because it was supplied to us and it was part of the total system of the CNSATM.
Would COA care to comment?
1 minute, Your Honor. Anybody from COA?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. As of today, the auditor of the CAAP has not yet received the documents pertaining to the newly procured UPS.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if there's going to be a second round, I'd like to list, because I actually have a few more, but I'd like to comply with the time limit. But in the meantime, to help this representation really digest what's happening in CAAP, DOTR, and aviation, all of us are stakeholders, because all of us, I think, travel. May I ask, Mr. Chair, with your permission, may I ask the last 5 years' financials, financial reports of CAAP, because my understanding is CAAP has fiscal autonomy, and there's no reason for CAAP not to be able to procure the best equipment in the world and the best people in the world, which are, I think, Filipinos, if you pay them good enough. So can we ask the chair to direct CAAP to submit financial and operational reports the last 5 years to the committee and furnish myself a copy of such?
Yes, Your Honor. CAAP, you're directed to submit to this committee the requirements as required by the Honorable Dasa. May I know when you can submit these reports?
We will comply, sir. Tomorrow, sir.
Tomorrow. Thank you. Would that be amenable to you, Honorable?
Yes, thank you very much. That's, I think my 1 minute is up, Mr. Chair. If there's a second round, please list me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next interpolator would be the Honorable Wilter Palma. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon sa resource persons natin. May I direct the question, Mr. Chair, to Captain Tamayo? How many personnel do we have as far as technical people manning the CNS? Plantilla po. Or actual working?
Through the chair, may I call on Arnold because he's the head of the ANS.
Yes.
Your Honor, the plantilla is more than 800. I cannot.
Manning the technical, the equipment.
Okay. There are two. Your Honor, there are two unit manning the air traffic management center. One group is the airfield power technician, and the other group is the communication, navigation, surveillance system officer. There are 18 ELPT for the ETMC and 36 CNSSO for the ETMC.
Okay. Mr. Chair, sorry we are running out of time. Mr. Chair, on January 1, ilan ho ang nag-duty?
The duty personnel in the power plant, 5 po sila, sir, at Your Honor.
That's the normal, Mr. Chair? 5?
Yes po.
Walang absent?
Wala po.
Considering na 31 is New Year's Eve, lahat ng tao are,
On Your Honor, they are
celebrating the
obliged.
New Year?
On Your Honor, they are obliged to report for duty po. Kasi talagang critical po yung system. So, kailangan po nandun sila. Hindi sila.
Okay. So, anyway, my understanding, I think there are only two sides which I'm considering. One is the failure of the equipment, and two is the failure of our personnel in maintaining the equipment. So later on, when the chair will have when the committee will have its proper investigations, this is not yet an investigation, Mr. Chair, we will know. Sa tingin ko, dalawa lang failure ng equipment and failure ng ating tao to maintain the equipment. So, I hope we will be clarified later on regarding the theory that I am getting. Another aspect, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, I'll address this to GM Chong. How often do you visit the terminal, the terminal 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4?
On a weekly basis, sir, around per terminal, mga once a week po.
Once a week.
Yeah.
And then, when you try to visit the terminal, you go directly to your office or sub-office, Mr. Chair, or you roam around the building?
Basically, sir, we go around the whole building on the passenger processing areas po. We have the pre-departure, papunta ho hanggang sa arrival, and even the baggage handling system, sir.
Okay. So, my question is, on the third floor, if you were able to observe that, that's the check-in area as far as Terminal 3 is concerned. I usually take the Cebu Pacific because that's the only, the most convenient airlines for me when I go home to my district. The third floor, when you take the elevator or the escalator prior to the check-in, di ba may waiting area tayo dito sa left side? Anong observation mo nakita doon?
That's one area, sir, that we are looking at right now because it's being used right now as a passenger holding area.
Okay.
Normally po, sa ibang international airports, a lot of the passengers, when they go inside the terminal, they're already checked in. And then they go to the process po, and then dun po sila nag-aantay sa pre-departure terminal.
All right. May I go directly to the point, Mr. Chair? Di ba OFW ang nakahiga doon? Because usually they arrive at 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, and then they have the connecting flight going to the different provinces. Nakita mo, nakahiga yun, no? They are supposed to be our modern heroes, and yet we tend to neglect the safety and the welfare of our OFW. If I may, Mr. Chair, may I just request that they should be given also the proper accommodation, let's say in the fourth floor, where we can put up beds or double-decker beds, and probably a shower room while waiting for their flight. Would that be possible, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, we can look into that, sir. I will discuss that with the Overseas Workers Welfare Administrator, si Arnel Ignacio po, tsaka si Yusek Kakda, who was with us from the Department of Migrant Workers. Kasi during po sa nangyari, lahat po kami nag-ikot po doon. And they were there also to assist the OFWs po. Yes, we will get back to you, sir, on that
Yeah,
one.
kasi nakakahiya, Mr. Chair, even near the restroom, may nakahiga mga OFW natin and waiting for their flights. Some are will be having their flight in the afternoon. Then they arrive at 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the evening. So nowhere to go because their money is just limited. It's good for those that are having a good job, but for the domestic helpers and so on and so forth, can we please do something about it? Probably in the fourth floor, we can put up one cubicle there with complete amenities. Shower lang, pwede na. No? And ang food, bahala na sila. Basta at least our OFW will realize na mahal pala sila ng gobyerno natin. Would that be possible, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may, that's actually one of the learnings that we're looking at, sir, going forward, because we found out that we still have about 50 mga tents po na during the COVID na available. So we're looking into using these tents para po dun sa mga overseas Filipino workers po natin. Meron po tayong lugar doon sa multipurpose hall sa katabi ho ng mga concessionaires.
Yeah.
Pwede ho nating ilagay po doon. And then I was informed by our team when we were actually discussing this na meron po tayong shower facility sa baba po na pwedeng gamitin, especially for those OFWs po na gustong yung pagdating ho kasi minsan ng mga flights nila gabi na, tapos the following day pa ho yung connecting flights nila.
So,
yun po ang titingnan natin, sir.
Sorry. GM, I would really appreciate that if there will be changes that you're going to institute. Kawawa naman yung mga OFW natin. So anyway, I want, yun lang request ko sana na pagbigyan natin ng pansin yung mga the plight of our OFW. Anyway, on the technical matters, we will hear that as soon as we'll have the proper hearing on this, and I'd like to congratulate the good secretary for job well done. In the different airports now, there are. I just want to sana to explore the possibility, Mr. Chair, if we all right. I still have some few minutes left. Anybody can answer. What's your take if you're going to privatize the operation of the NAIA, or would it be you want this reserved in the next hearing or what?
I think the good secretary can answer that.
Through the chair, yung pong privatization ng NAIA is being studied right now, no? We're working with ADB and the Public
public-private partnership center, the PPP center, for a possible privatization of the Manila International Airport. No, this will be on the operations and maintenance of the airport and possibly putting up new infrastructure. No? So ito po ay pinag-aaralan, no? And we're hoping that we can have the terms of reference by the end of the first quarter of 2023.
Yeah, I think we can get a cue from the Cebu, where there's a megawatt. I'm not sure. Megawatt. Yeah. So look at Cebu now; it's very good, and other airports that are coming up. So I would appreciate, or we would appreciate, if we can come up with a study as far as privatization is concerned. Mr. Chair, I have no more. I have so many questions, but it's already 1:34 now. You still have ample time for yourself to ask questions, so I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you very much to our resource persons. GM Chong, I really appreciate if we can come up with my suggestion kung pwede pagbigyan pansin yung OFW natin. Kasi eyesore yun sa riding public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are still 6 listed here. The next interpolator is the Honorable Arlene Brosas. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since several of our colleagues have mounted on the technical side of the Philippine airspace fiasco last January 1, and yung sabihin ng overvoltage, issues ng circuit breaker, yan po yung mga pinag-usapan kanina, Mr. Chair. Siguro yung focus na lang yung welfare ng affected passengers at saka yung implication ng glitch on national security. Was there any coordination by the CAA and the MIA with the National Security Cluster regarding the incident?
Hindi pasok. Hindi malalaman nila yun. Wala audio? Oh, meron daw eh.
Through the chair, what happened is that we had NSA come to us, including NICA and then the National Defense. They all came to CAAP to find out what happened and to do a fact-finding mission as far as this is concerned. So definitely po, they are involved. Yung national security natin and even defense. And we also had the Secretary of the ICT come to CAAP on January 3. We had this big meeting with them, and they had a look at the facilities. They were able to see everything from the circuit breakers, the VSAT, to the power stations. And as a result of this, the ICT provided support as far as determining whether cyber security occurred. There was cyber attacks occurred.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to know the timestamp of the coordination. Anong oras po dumating ang mga NSA? You're saying ang NSA, NICA, DND nandun at the ICT.
If I may, Mr. Chair, January 3, they were with us at 8 o'clock in the morning.
January 3, 8 o'clock.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So what were the security measures taken?
In January 2, I met them at NICA, and as a result of the NICA meeting, it was agreed that this high-level meeting will occur in CAAP as soon as possible, which happened the following day, January 3.
So, Mr. Chair, what were the measures taken? Ano po yung mga immediate na ginawa after? You're saying yung the ICT ay chinek nila yung cybersecurity, tapos yung the rest po?
The investigation is still ongoing, ma'am. And the ICT is still involved as far as the investigation is concerned. So tuloy-tuloy po ito. Hindi pa ho natapos yung investigation ng other agencies.
So wala pa, tuloy-tuloy pa yung coordination with
Yes,
all
that's right. That's
agencies.
correct.
Were there any urgent instructions from the chief executive, from President Marcos? Meron po ba nung mula January 1, kasi January 3 yun yung sinabi ninyo na when the outage happened, ano po yung kagyat na instruksyon ng Pangulo kaugnay ng insidente?
Mr. Chair, can I respond to the question?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, you can answer.
Thank you po, Your Honor. Ang instruction po ng Presidente when I reported to him the incident is ang sinabi niya ay pilitin nating maayos kaagad itong problema natin, itong technical problem. And ang sabi niya ay see to it na yung mga pasahero na maapektuhan ay matulungan. We should really take good care of the affected passengers. And from time to time po ay bigyan din siya ng update po.
So, ganun lang po, Kasi nasaan po ba yung presidente ng time na yan? Paano ang coordination diretso sa inyo?
Ako po directly communicating with the President.
Okay, it is with the Secretary.
Opo.
Okay. Now, siguro po, next question ko na po, kaugnay po ito sa CAAP budget, or yung expenditure nyo. Magkano po ba yung budget ng CAAP last 2020?
Mr. Chair, can we request for a 1-minute suspension?
1 minute suspension. Are you ready? Hearing resumed.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, if I may.
Please answer the question of the honorable.
Yes. For 2022, the approved budget is 7.774 billion. That is the proposed, and it was approved as well, 774 billion. 7 billion.
So, 7 billion, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sa 7 billion, yung subsidy sa CAAP ng national government, magkano?
For 2022, there was a subsidy of 2.4 billion.
Tapos ngayong 2023,
Wala po. Wala pa.
so parang binudget cut po kayo. Yung 7 billion po ba, Tama, no?
Yes.
Wala kayong budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think yung annual budget during the previous years was enough for the upgrade, maintenance of the facilities and competitive compensation of our engineers, yung technical personnel natin ng mga nakaraan?
Based on the figures that we had, yes, partially it can, up to a certain year, we can subsidize the requirements of our personnel. However, starting 2017 po, we remitted a total of 21 billion to the national government.
Mr. Chair, ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Nag-remit ng 21?
We are required
Required.
to remit. For the so many years, we remitted 22.4 billion to the
So,
national
Mr. Chair, anong implication nun? Ibig sabihin, in recent years, nung nakaraan,
Yes.
paano nag-increase, nag-decrease ba yung budget ninyo? Kasi, Mr. Chair, nakikinig ako kanina eh. We're talking about privatization, yun yung sinasabi ni Congressman Palma. Pero, hindi po ba dapat pag-usapan natin kasi yung gobyerno yung dapat nag-aasikaso dahil ito ay bahagi ng public transport din, ano? At hindi po kasiguraduhan na kapag pinrivatize yung mga ganito, no, yung ating paliparan, may ensure na nito yung talagang buong serbisyo. Nakita po natin yan sa mga nakaraan, ano, sa kuryente, sa tubig at sa lahat na pinaprivatize sa ngayon. Hindi siya guarantee na magiging maayos pa rin yung serbisyo at hindi rin guarantee na hindi tataas yung presyo ng pamasahe at hindi rin guarantee na talagang serbisyo publiko yung ibibigay sa taong bayan. So, ang tanong po natin, kaya tinatanong natin yung budget ng mga nakaraan, kahit po ng buong siguro, dapat ang tanong ay yung buong Department of Transportation eh. Kung nung mga nakaraan, ano yung nangyari, bakit nagkaganito, or enough po ba yung naging budget sa DOTR para ma-secure na magiging maayos yung serbisyo, lalong-lalo na sa usapin ng paliparan?
Mr. Chair, can I respond? No?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, you can.
Yung budget po ng DOTR ay separate dun sa budget ng mga GOCCs po. No? Ang NAIA, ang Manila International Airport Authority, meron po silang sariling fondo, no? Similar to CAAP po. No? So, ang budget ng DOTR ay para dun sa tinatawag nating MOEE para sa mga employees, operations ng apat na sektor po ng transportation, ano? Yung aviation sector, rail, maritime, and road sector. No? Yun pong mga attached agencies, meron po silang sariling budget. No? Ang CAAP and MIAA, dahil they are receiving revenues po, no? So they use their revenues to support their operations, no? And at the same time, sila po ay nagre-remit ng dividend, no? Or share of their income to the national government, no? Yun po ang pinakita ni DG Tamayo earlier, no?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, yung tanong ko po, hindi enough ang sinasubsidize ba ng gobyerno for us para dyan sa mga paliparan na yan para sabihin natin na ipaprivatize natin siya?
Yung pong privatization ay ito po ay ginagawa ng gobyerno para hindi po pondo ng gobyerno ang gamitin sa improvement ng mga structures po. No? For example, sa airport, kailangan pong magkaroon ng bagong terminal. No? Kailangan pong magkaroon ng bagong system. And it will cost billions of pesos also. So one way of financing po this project is through the private sector. No?
Yes, I understand, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, but the problem is yung implication po nito, halimbawa sa pagtataas naman ng pamasahe, na baka sa sobrang taas ng pamasahe, hindi kayanin ng mga mamamayan natin, lalo na ngayon nagtataas din ang langis, lalo na ngayon nagtataas ang mga bilihin at kung ano-ano pa. And if the privatization would mean ng pagtaas, na ibibigay or ipapasa din sa mga consumers o sa mga gumagamit ng paliparan yung pagbabawi para makuha yung profit na kailangan ng mga private companies na ito na tumulong para dito sa, sabi nyo, pag-improve nga ng mga facilities. When ang tanong ko po kanina, nakapagbibigay ba ng sapat para maging maayos, yung kalagayan ng ating mga paliparan, nakapagbibigay ba ng sapat ang ating national government? Kasi ng mga nakaraan, meron namang budget eh. Kaya nga tayo nagbabudget every time sa Kongreso, di ba? Di sana private na lang tayo. Kung ganun din lang yung ano pa ang role ng gobyerno para dito? Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Yung pong privatization, as I have mentioned, is one way of financing the requirement to improve the infrastructure and service. No? Isa lang po yung posibleng paraan. No? Posible din pong ituloy din yan ng gobyerno, no? Na sila ang mag-operate and mag-maintain ng mga airport facilities. No? Kaya nga po ito ay pinag-aaralang mabuti. No? Wala pa naman tayong decision na i-privatize. No? Kaya po ang ADB, tinutulungan tayo na gumawa ng terms of reference. No? And ito po ay subject to approval by DEDA. No? Hindi naman po basta-basta ipa-privatize natin yung mga airports natin. No? But based dun sa gagawing study ng DEDA, yun po ang magiging basis natin dun sa concession agreement na gagawin natin with the private sector. So ito po ay kailangan ng masusing pag-aaral.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I won't belabor the point of... meron po kayo. 1 minute na lang. Belabor the point of that, Mr. Chair. Pero talagang dapat pag-aralan ng gobyerno yung mga pagpasok ng mga privatization kung talagang nakakatulong sa ating mamamayan. Kasi ng mga nakaraan, ang karanasan nga natin, halimbawa sa kuryente, lalong nagmahal talaga yung kuryente. Sa tubig, ganun din. Matitindi yung mga naging impact, lalong-lalo na sa mga walang-wala. O di kaya yung mga mahihirap nating mamamayan sa kasalukuyan. But wala na pong oras eh. Kaya idediretso ko na sa susunod kong question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung regarding po ito sa right to compensation of passengers for affected flights, how many were provided food and refreshments? Tapos, how many were provided additional compensation aside from amenities and services provided? May rate na po ba kayo? Meron po ba kayong kompletong report? Kasi as I heard kanina, puro mga general lang yung naririnig ko eh. So meron po ba kayong concrete na report na maibibigay sa ngayon? Because that happened January 1 pa. Gusto nating malaman ano yung natugunan, ano yung hindi natugunan, at ano yung pinoproblema ngayon. What is the current status of the passengers affected? Lahat ba ay na-rebook? Sino ang nag-shoulder ng discrepancy sa rebooking? Kung na-refund, ilan po ang na-refund? Ganyan.
Through the chair, Your Honor, kinukumpleto po yung data dahil may kahirapan din pong i-trace din lahat yung pagdating. Madali po sa airline yung data ng airline, pero pagdating dun sa mga specific experiences ng mga pasahero ay kinukulit pa po natin. Pero ang recovery po ng mga flights ay nagawa sa loob ng 72 hours ng mga airlines na involved. Meaning to say that those who were affected were rebooked or rerouted or refunded or given travel vouchers already, no? At yung pong iba na diverted ang flights sa ibang airport like Clark, like Cebu, ay nabigyan po ng mga hotel accommodations, ano? At ang listahan po namin, merong about 2,940 individuals were afforded hotel accommodation. At pinag-aaralan din po namin mabuti kung bakit, siyempre meron pong mga natulog doon sa airport. At tinatanong din namin kung minsan, hindi lang po dito sa ating bansa, kundi sa ibang bansa din na some passengers would prefer not to move from the airport but rather stay in the airport for several hours kasi some of them would not want the hassle of moving with their bags to a hotel and then stay for a few hours in the hotel and then rush back to the airport for their flights kasi yung pong mga recovery flights hindi po high yung certainty kung kailan may lilipad, ano? So some people prefer to stay in the hotel, halimbawa, na-cancel, na-suspend, in the airport, na-cancel, na-suspend, o kaya naman yung merong long layovers, at ang airport po naman natin, they allow them to stay, they are allowed to stay in the airports, at sa ibang tinitinan din po namin, sa mga ibang airport sa ibang bansa, nag-a-allow din sila. Kaya nga po pinag-aaralan ng MIA ngayon. Sa ibang bansa po, meron yung libre din mga reclining chairs na para makapagpahinga yung ating mga pasahero.
Okay po, i-cut ko lang po kayo dyan. Gusto ko pong malaman yung data, yung bilang. Kasi yun po yung magmamatter doon sa kung ilan na yung natugunan natin at hindi. Bakit nagre-reklamo pa rin until now at nakakarinig pa rin tayo ng mga reklamo ng mga nakaraan noong January 1 na fiasco, nakahirapan ng ating mga mamamayan. So, meron po ba wala?
Tinatapos po namin yung data, tapos as soon as it is finished po, we will submit it to
So, wala pa po. So, ibigay niya na lang po kapag meron na. And napakaliit po nung bilang nung sinabi niyong 2,940 for the hotel accommodation. Kung pag-uusapan natin yung bilang, ilan po yung naapektuhan na mga passengers at that time nung January 1?
78 po yung 1,000.
78,000.
Oo. Pero ito po, pang breakdown po natin dyan kasi yung iba naman, mga taga Metro Manila, so yung iba po, uwi sa kanilang mga bahay. Some of them prefer to stay in the airports. And a priority po ng mga airlines is to book in the hotel those that are diverted kasi talagang wala silang pupuntahan. Ano? So, isa rin pong bagay na nililinaw namin na in a situation like force majeure, at least in the perspective of the airline and the passenger, hindi po sinasaad ng ating Air Passenger Bill of Rights yung hotel accommodation. Ito po ay parang exercise of corporate social responsibility ng mga airlines at pati po yung rebooking at saka rerouting without additional charges and penalties. Kasi po pagka ang cancellation is not attributable to the airline under the rules, not only in the Philippines but globally, ang right po ng passenger is refund, which is not advantageous to the passenger. Kasi po kung binili niya ng mura yung ticket long before the flight, tapos i-refund sa kanya, hindi na siya makakabili ng ticket kinabukasan. Pero we
so,
always...
mas mahal pa niya yun mabili.
Mahal po yun.
Pagkatapos ng Kaya ang hirap-hirap para sa
Opo. Ang ginagawa po natin, we always impose on the airlines in a situation like this, you rebook, you refund, you reroute without additional charges or penalties, and the airlines oblige naman po.
Your Honor?
Yes.
That would be last.
Yes, Mr. Chair. manifestation na lang, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we are asking these questions kasi in view of legislating a clear-cut Bill of Rights of Airline Passengers. Ano po? As contained in House Bill 6738, yan po ay pinapasa namin sa Makabayan Block. We filed it yesterday para sa to train the spotlight on the inconvenience suffered by our fellow kababayans, no, mostly OFWs because of the January 1 Philippine airspace fiasco. Long-term po ang implication nito, lalo na sa mga migranteng Pilipino, yung iba nga maaaring matanggal pa or natanggal na sa trabaho dahil sa aberya. Mostly po talaga OFWs kasi alam niyo naman overseas workers talaga yung bumabiyahe ng mga panahon na yan, mga oras na yan, ng mga nagbakasyon lang dito. So yun, that's my last, Mr. Chair, my last manifestation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat sa mga resource persons.
Thank you. The next interpolator would be the Honorable Rita Robes on Zoom. Kong
Good
Rita,
afternoon, Mr. Chair.
you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Una po sa lahat, I'd like to take this opportunity na pasalamatan ang ating Chairman Romy Ako for extending all of this briefing to all of us. Kasi napakahalaga po nito sa ating mamamayang Pilipino higit sa lahat. Sa akin po bilang Chairman ng Good Government and Public Accountability. Naitanong na po ang lahat ng gusto kong malaman pero mas marami pa rin pong mga katanungan sa aking isip. Pero ang tanong ko lamang po ay isa hanggang tatlo. Una po ay, ano po ang timeline natin for the result of the forensic investigation? Sino po ang pwedeng sumagot dito, Mr. Chair? For the forensic result investigation.
To the Chair. Yeah, we don't have a timeline, pero ang gagawin po namin, we will coordinate with the ICT to expedite so that we can get the results as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If you don't have a timeline, I really guess you really have to talk it out kasi dahil sa nangyaring problemang ito, napag-usapan na dito, una, narinig ko kanina about your procurement, your bidding and your procurement process, na baka magkaroon na naman kayo ng problema. Pangalawa, narinig ko rin po yung remuneration o sweldo o sahod ng mga ating mga expert ay napakababa. So, palagay ko habang hinihintay natin ang lahat ng ang resulta ng forensic investigation ay dapat po siguro mapag-aralan ito. Mr. Secretary, I'd just like to share something Ako po ay kabahagi ng nagkaroon ng cancellation of flights noong January 1. Ako po ay nakalipad pabalik sa Pilipinas noong January 3 at doon ko po nakita kung gaano katuliro ang ating mga counterparts sa ibang bansa. Tama po ang ating mga makabayan black at narinig ko rin po ang ating mga kasamahan kanina na ang pinag-uusapan po natin ay ang karapatan ng mga mananakay at pasaheros. Sa inyo pong parte, narinig ko rin po na kayo po ay very, very, sabihin na natin, a little generous and very hospitable sa mga nangyayari po dito sa atin sa Pilipinas. Pero baka po gusto niyong buririin ang mga nangyari po sa ating counterpart sa labas ng bansa. Kasi doon po nagkaroon ng delay, doon po nagkaroon ng hindi pagkakaintindihan, doon ko rin po nakita na yung mga taong gustong biyahe lamang na sakto ang kanilang mga budget sa paglalakbay ay halos doon na po natutulog sa sahig at ang mga budget aircraft po na sinasabi o carrier natin ay hindi man lang po talaga mabigyan ng pansin ang ating mga pasaheros. Alam niyo rin po ba na nakita ko rin po doon na ang kanilang flight ay January 1 pero sila po ay lilipad pabalik ng Pilipinas January 8. So sila po ay nagkaroon ng takot na hindi sila makabalik sa Pilipinas kaya naghanap po sila ng saklolo na makabalik sa Pilipinas on a higher price of ticket going to Manila on a one-way po. So, ang sa akin lang po sana dito, sana po kung sino man po nagkakamali at kung saan tayo nagkamali, no? Sana po ay maintindihan po ng lahat na for political outcomes, hindi po maganda ito, no? Dahil lagi pong sasabihin na yung Yanzei, yung face, yung sinasabi po nilang karakter na dapat sa Chinese na sinasabi nila na yung Yanzei na sinasabi, yung concept of faith, it's yung kahihiyan ng Pilipinas. So we are into our recovery, no? And ang ating Pangulo, lagi ko po sinasabi ay napakasipag. Kamukha po ng naka-off tayo. Can you hear me po? Nawala na. Sige na. Ayun. Okay. We're back. Iba po talaga kahit pala dito may technical problems, no? Pero projector lamang po ang Kongreso. Okay, Mr. Secretary, at sa ating kaap at sa MIA, no? Yung konsepto po of phase or yung Tianzi na tinatawag, mahalaga po ito sa recovery nation. We have to remember kung ang sinasabi niyo po yung remuneration, yung ating kung makikinig po tayo sa ating equipment na sinasabi nila 7 to 10 to 15 years lang ang itatagal na buhay, siguro dapat po may backup. Ako po ay, if you will gonna buy, kung nasa amin ng power of the purse, okay po ako dyan. Basta lang po, sabihin niyo lang po sa amin, talagang kailangan na kailangan para hindi na mo mangyari ito. So, Mr. Secretary, again, ibabalik ko po sa inyo at sa CAAP, lalo na dahil yung GOCC, pag-aralan niyo mabuti ang lahat na nangyari ito dahil hindi na po ito dapat maulit. I once worked in an airline industry. I work as a marketing assistant on the ground. I know how it is, how it was, nung nandun po ako sa Tokyo. Hindi ho maintindihan kung ano po talaga ang instruction po ng ating bansa. Kung ikakansila ba ang flight o hindi. Kaya ho, ito po yung naging cause ng paghihintay ng maraming pasaheros at paghihirap ng mga pasaheros. Ako po ay living witness, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Kaap, and MIAA, and the rest of the resource speakers. Yun lamang po, if you don't have the timeline, please, pagbalik nyo po, bigyan nyo po kami ng resulta na. Kasi kung hindi po, mapipilitan po kaming magkaroon muli ng isang briefing or sakaling, I don't know kung ano po i-recommenda ng ating chairman. Mr. Chair, as a member of the Committee of Transportation, I will be more willing to cooperate with you in this briefing at the same time if there will be an investigation. Since I already filed the House Resolution 672, I will be more willing to join the Makabayan Bloc for a very good answer sa ating mamamayang Pilipino. Yun lamang po.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
The next interpellator would be the Honorable Sergio Dagook. Are you with us, Kong Sergio?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to our resource persons. I am a technical person, Mr. Chair. At alam na alam ko po yung mga circuit breaker at UPS. We are maintaining that in our distribution system. I will focus on that kasi ayaw kong magkaroon ng briefing na mayroon tayong hindi pagkakaintindihan doon sa mga technical na sagot. Now, Mr. Chair, I will like to address my question to the technical person of CAAP or what agency he or she belongs.
Engineer, kayo yata ang gustong tanungin ni Congressman Bogo. Are you ready to answer his queries?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, nakahanda raw siya, Kong Sergio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I correct na ang pagkakaintindi ko, circuit breaker yung nagiging dahilan doon sa problema natin noong January 1?
Your Honor, may I answer po? At present po, ang ano po namin, analysis po namin, nagtuturo po sa circuit breaker kasi po nasira po yung circuit breaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang susunod ko pong katanungan, kaya gawin natin Tagalog to para maintindihan ng ating mga mamamayan, no? Na hindi technical person. As an engineer, ano po ba ang dapat trabaho ng circuit breaker sa isang electrical or electronic system? Ang circuit breaker kasi mostly ginagamit sa electrical system. Ano po yung trabaho niya ng circuit breaker?
Your Honor, ang trabaho po ng circuit breaker ay dapat po i-break na yung sirkito kung mayroon pong overcurrent para maproteksyonan po yung equipment na nakakonekta po sa kayo.
Mr. Chair, overcurrent lang po ba ang magpapabreak ng circuit breaker? Kasi technically, ang term po na ginagamit dyan sa sabi niyang break ay tripping. So, overcurrent lang po ba ang nagpapatrip o nagpapabreak sa circuit breaker?
Pag mayroon pong over voltage, yun po yung magko-correspond ng mataas na kuryente at i-break po yung pang magkukos ngayon ng overcurrent. So over voltage din po, pwedeng i-break din po niya yung circuito po.
Engineer.
Tama po yung dalawang sagot, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Ang sunod ko ng katanungan, yung dalawa lang po ba ang magiging cause para mag-trip o mag-turn off, mag-disconnect yung circuit breaker? Yung dalawa lang po ba? Overcurrent at saka overvoltage?
Your Honor, mayroon kung po yung may problema rin po sa mechanical or doon sa circuit breaker po, pwede rin pong mag-trip yung pong manufacturing po ng circuit breaker po.
Hindi po ba, Mr. Chair, kasama sa dahilan para mag-turn off or mag-trip yung circuit breaker kung mayroong line fault o may problema yung linya na sinusuplayan ng circuit breaker na yun?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay, tama. So, Mr. Chair, in this case, ang initial finding ninyo, dahil hindi pa tapos ang investigation, ay nagkaroon ng sobrang voltahe doon sa sirkito na yon na nagsusupply sa ating mga equipment. Tama po ba yung pagkakaintindi ko kanina?
Your Honor, pwede po ipaliwanag ko po sa Your Honor. Ang ano po namin is that nagkaroon po ng abnormality kaya knock-out po yung UPS or hindi na-provide po ng voltahe yung UPS. So, nung binuksan po namin yung UPS, unti-unti po namin binubuksan yung mga circuit breaker ng mga equipment. Doon po namin nakita na, doon po namin napansin na mayroong pong nag-spark. So, ang ginawa po namin, pinatay po namin yung circuit breaker at nag-conduct po ulit kami ng measurement. At po, nung nag-conduct po kami ng
Mr. Chair, no, for the interest of time, ako ay hihingi ng pabor sa resource person na ang sagutin niya lang ay yung tinatanong ko kasi pupunta po tayo doon sa UPS. Circuit breaker muna, dalawa lang naman yung issue ko dito, circuit breaker at saka UPS kasi the failure is very technical, kaya technical po tayo mag-concentrate. So, may problema tayo sa circuit breaker, nag-trip siya dahil ang pagkakaintindi ko sa sinabi po doon sa unang member ng committee na nagtanong, mayroong over voltage. Ngayon, nag-trip yung circuit breaker, diretso na lang ako sa UPS. Ano po yung trabaho ng UPS? Kanina pinag-usapan na natin, Mr. Chair, yung trabaho ng circuit breaker. Pupunta tayo sa UPS. Ano po ang trabaho ng UPS, Mr. Chair?
Ang trabaho po ng UPS ay mag-provide po ng continuous voltage or kuryente sa load. Ang ginagawa po ng UPS, unang-una po ay i-convert niya yung alternating current into direct current. Tapos mag-store po ng direct current sa battery. Pag nawala po yung input ng UPS, mayroon pong output yung UPS na alternating current coming from the batteries using the inverter po.
Mr. Chair, tama po yung sinabi ng resource person Kaya ang UPS po ay sa pangalan pa lang po niya, malinaw na po kung ano yung trabaho niya. So, nagawa po ba ng UPS yung trabaho niya? Ngayong may problema ang circuit breaker at wala ng supply papunta sa equipment. Nagawa ba? Nagampanan ba ng UPS yung kanyang trabaho?
Yung pong mag-provide ng kuryente po, hindi po niya nagawa kasi in-inhibit po niya yung sarili niya kasi mayroon po siyang na-sense na abnormality sa load side po.
So, yung UPS na ngayon ang nag-sense ng abnormality, hindi na yung circuit breaker. Tama po ba yung pagkakaintindi ko sa tanong mo, sa sagot mo, Mr. Chair? Instead na circuit breaker ang mag-sense ng fault, UPS na ngayon sa system ninyo ang nakasit up, UPS ang nagsisense kung may problema yung load.
Yes po, Your Honor. Kasi po, sa halip po mag-trip yung circuit breaker, yung dalawang pole niya ay nag-open.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang liwanagin. Ang technical term kasi na open ay nag-trip po yun. As far as circuit breaker is concerned, pag sinabi mong nag-open, nag-disconnect po yun. Meaning, nag-trip off. So, ano po bang nangyari sa circuit breaker? Hindi nag-trip off?
Yung pong findings po namin, Your Honor, is that yung mayroon po 4-wire po yung circuit breaker, yung line 1 at saka line 2 mayroong continuity. Nung inalis na namin yung kuryente, nag-conduct kami ng continuity test. Pero line 3 at saka yung neutral po, wala pong continuity.
So, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang malinaw yung sagot. Nag-trip po ba? Nag-disconnect po ba yung circuit breaker o hindi, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
So, hindi. So, kung hindi po nag-trip o nag-disconnect yung circuit breaker, talagang in my own understanding as a technical person, wala po talagang tatrabahuin yung UPS. Kasi hindi po nag-interrupt. Pag hindi po nag-interrupt or hindi nag-off yung circuit breaker, may supply po doon sa system, sa load. So, hindi po talaga magtatrabaho dito yung UPS dahil mayroon pong kuryente na pumapasok dahil hindi po nag-trip yung circuit breaker. So, ngayon, pupunta ako doon sa, sa over voltage. Itong circuito ba na to na nagsusupply doon sa mga equipment natin, galing lang ba sa isang sirkito? Halimbawa, galing sa substation, papunta doon sa service entrance, ang CNS, ATM lang ba talaga ang sinusuplayan nito o mayroon pang ibang circuit na sinusuplayan noong linya na to?
Your Honor. Okay. Pagdating doon po sa galing po sa Meralco, ang sinusuplayan po niyan ay pati po yung mga air conditioning system at saka yung mga critical system. Nung nawala po yung output ng UPS, ang critical system lang po ang nawala. Mayroon pong ilaw po at saka mayroon pong aircon. Kaya doon po kami nag-conclude na yung UPS po kasi wala pong lumalabas pong kuryente sa UPS.
So, sa makatuwid, for the record, Mr. Chair, hindi nag-trip o gumana, hindi nag-off yung circuit breaker. Yes or no, Mr. Chair?
Yung circuit breaker po ay nalaman na yes, hindi nag-trip po, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for the categorical answer. Hindi siya nag-trip. Ngayon, may hinala kayo na, sasabihin ko lang na hinala, but the way you explained it this morning, parang over voltage ang ang sinasabi ninyo na sumubra ng 380. Tama po ba na sumubra siya, Mr. Chair?
Yun po yung na-measure namin po doon sa output po ng circuit breaker na supposed to be 220.
So, instead of 220, Mr. Chair, nagiging 380 yung voltahe noong kinuna ninyo ng voltahe yung circuit breaker. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, since mayroon pa pong ibang mga equipments like air conditioning units na sinusuplayan ng circuit na yan, kung mayroong 380 volts na nasa circuit breaker, ano po ba yung kinakailangang supply ng mga air conditioning units na yan? 220 ba o 380?
Mayroon pong 380, Your Honor. Kasi nga po, ang mga equipment natin ay gumagamit. Kung gumagamit po ng mga line-to-line, 380 po yon. Pero pag gumagamit po line-to-neutral, 220 po, Your Honor.
Saan po, Mr. Chair, nanggaling yung supply ng 380? At ano pong supply yung galing sa 240 or line-to-line at saka line-to-ground? Pagkakaintindi ko po, yung isang circuit niya, line-to-ground. Yung isa is line-to-line na 110-110. So, ano po yung supply galing sa Meralco? Line-to-line, Mr. Chair?
Are you capable to answer that question? Do you know?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ay, you answer. Ikaw ang tinatanong niya.
Your Honor, ang supply po, yung voltahe po na lumalabas sa UPS ay mayroon pong 380 at saka 220 kasi 4-wire po yon. So, yung 4-wire na yon, mayroon tayong tinatawag na line-to-line. Ang voltahe po between those two line are 380. Tapos yung pong line-to-neutral ay 220. Dito pa naman po sa Meralco, mayroon pong step-down transformer doon, tapos ang output ng transformer po ay 380 at saka 220. Kasi po 4-wire po yung lumalabas po doon sa transformer na po yun. So yung pong 380 para doon sa equipment na 380 volts ang kailangan, yung 220 naman po yung pang equipment na 220 po ang kailangan. Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that very informative answer, Mr. Chair. So, malinaw na po na mayroong dalawang voltage supply yung area na yan. I'm talking of the area, not the equipment itself na pinag-usapan natin. So, may area dyan na yung area na yan, mayroon tayong supply na 240, mayroon tayong sinusuplayan na 380. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so yung circuit breaker na nagsusupply papunta sa mga equipment na ating pinag-usapan, anong voltahe ang nagsusupply sa kanya at yung circuit breaker na yan ay nakadesign ba sa voltahe na yan? Halimbawa, 380 ba yung circuit breaker na yan?
Yung pong circuit breaker na po yon ay ang pumasok po doon ay 4-wire po. So, yung line to line po ay 380 at saka line to neutral is 220. So, yung circuit breaker na yon ay masasabi po natin na ang supply na pumasok sa kanya ay 380 at saka 220. Kaso po dito po sa output ng circuit breaker, para supplyan po yung mga equipment natin, line to neutral po ang pinagkunan ng mga linya papunta sa mga equipment. Kasi single phase na po yon. May dagdag ko lang po, ang input po ng circuit breaker ay 3 phase, 4-wire. Pero ang equipment po natin ay single phase, 220. That is line to neutral.
Okay, so nakuha ko na, Mr. Chair. In my initial observation,
ano yung nakuha mo?
I am
Ano
not
yung nakuha mo?
concluding. Pero kung over voltage, Mr. Chair, no, dapat mayroon kayong ibang equipments na nasunog. or yung transformer ng Meralco or generator na nag-supply. Hindi lang po yung equipment. Kasi pare-pareho lang po yung pinanggalingan ng supply. We are talking of a single circuit na nagsusupply ng dalawang klaseng voltahe dahil 3-piece po yung linya. So, ang tingin ko dito, Mr. Chair, hindi siya over voltage dahil wala po tayong nasunog na mga underments. Somewhere along the way from breaker to UPS, nandoon po yung problema. Wala pong over voltage as far as I'm concerned. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Through the chair, kung pwede ko pong dagdagan po yung information. Okay. Yung pong 3-phase po na yon ay mayroon pong paglabas po, mayroon pong 3 phase. Ibig sabihin po 3 mga sirkito. Yung phase A, phase B, and phase C. Ang mayroon lang pong nagluko ay yung phase C. Nandun po yung mga equipment po na nasira. Dito po sa phase A at saka phase B, that is the pair of line 1 at saka neutral, o line 2 at saka neutral, hindi po nasira. Yung nasira lang po ay yung mga equipment na nakakonekta sa phase C at saka neutral. Yun lang po. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, mayroon pong mga equipment na nasira.
Meron, according to
Yes, Your Honor.
CAP.
So, since mayroon tayong nasira, so makiba yung initial conclusion ko na may overvoltage. Ngayon kung may overvoltage, ano pong nangyari sa transformer ng Meralco? Ano pong nangyari doon sa banking? Kasi pag 3-piece yan, nakabang po yan. 2-3 transformer. Mayroon po bang tripping sa mga cut-out doon? Or yung mga protection, line protection equipments ng Meralco? Mayroon po ba?
Mayroon po, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, for the record, I am requesting a report, official report from the concerned agency, kung kaap yan o airport, just to officially be submitted to the committee para lang malinaw na yan yung nangyari. May mga equipment. Kung may picture kayo, mas maganda. Kasi para malinaw yung briefing natin dito, then baka later on, the chair will convert this into an investigation. Kasi
indulgence of your committee, our committee, sana po may submit yung mga protocols na ito. If they still don't have such protocols, then we would gladly help in developing such policies, and also in cases that there is a need for laws to be implemented. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to help out and trying to find out if we can prevent such disastrous incidents, and this proves that this is a national security issue. So I've heard also that there is an intention to privatize the airport, but please include the study of the national security issue in case there is a privatization issue, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for giving me the time to ask questions. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kong Marvy. There's still 4 members present. Magtatanong pa ba kayo? The Honorable Daza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Despite all the questions, I think there's still a few more that maybe we should cover. The warranty for the system expired 2020. Did that include the circuit breaker?
Yeah, it includes everything, sir, the whole system.
Okay. While it was in warranty, who does the servicing, the maintenance for the system?
As far as the maintenance is concerned, our own technicians were performing the maintenance required.
Okay. After warranty, it's still the CAA people doing the maintenance?
That's correct, sir.
So why didn't the maintenance pick up in the words of your report, I think the words that was used was faulty circuit breaker. Why didn't the maintenance pick up on that?
Your Honor, may I reply? The circuit breaker is not it is checked every day with just measuring the voltage, input voltage and output voltage. However, we just limit to that, Your Honor. We did not touch the circuit breaker. We cannot open it. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. So that means the maintenance or whatever service that you do, it's not sufficient. Because obviously we were lacking on that part, correct? Because obviously the system failed.
Your Honor, the circuit breaker is not like equipment that we need to open and conduct some preventive maintenance. Parang ano po yun, pag nasira po, pinapalitan na po talaga. So, yung pong ginagawa po namin is sinusukat lang po yung mga voltahe, pero yung mga hindi pinubuksan po talaga yan, Your Honor, yung circuit breaker.
So, Mr. Chair, no, you're giving me an excuse. Okay, so, paano po yun? Baka next year mangyari ulit po yun. What's your assurance to us, to the country, to the President, to all the passengers who suffered, that it's not going to happen again?
On Your Honor, in my opinion, Your Honor, what we can promise to the public is that we will be more vigilant in checking this equipment. If we do it every day, maybe we could do it twice a day for this measurement, so that at least we could improve the reliability of this equipment.
So meaning, Mr. Chair, because of this incident, will now change its maintenance procedures, correct? You will augment, as you just said, your maintenance, whatever details in your maintenance, you will be augmenting and changing it for more detailed audit, repair, maintenance, or whatever it may be. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So why couldn't we have done that before?
Your Honor, our basis on the schedule of performing this maintenance is based on manufacturer's recommendation. So since we have this experience, then I think we need to enhance such kind of maintenance.
So that means the manufacturer did not give you the right service standard or maintenance procedures, because you obviously did not pick up on the defective circuit breaker. Is that a safe statement to say?
And Your Honor, hindi naman po siguro the manufacturer recommendation of the recommendation of the manufacturer is based on their studies on their product. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's a yes or a no.
No,
Because
Your
you're
Honor.
defending the manufacturer.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. No po. I'm not.
So you're defending the manufacturer in that particular case as to the circuit breaker, because you followed the manufacturer's recommendation, but yet it failed, and we had the January 1st fiasco. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor. I'm not defending the manufacturer. We were just following the standard, wherein the recommendation, whatever the recommendation of the manufacturer, that's what we are doing also, Your Honor.
So obviously the manufacturer's recommendation wasn't sufficient, because it failed.
Your Honor,
Well, would that be a fair assessment by this representation to assume that there's obviously something lacking, there were some gaps, whether it's you or the manufacturer? It's only you or the manufacturer that did the equipment. There were gaps, and that's why this happened January 1st. Would that be a fair statement, given the limited information that we have and your investigation is still pending?
Your Honor, this still under investigation, so.
No, it's a yes or no. So my statement is either fair or not.
I think it's not fair.
It's not fair to blame either you or the manufacturer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so who should we blame?
On my opinion, Your Honor, I cannot blame, but I think it's better if we will wait for the result of the investigation.
Okay. Things like this don't happen by random. You yourself said we have the same system as at least 3 or 4 airports in the area who hasn't had the same problems. So I'm worried that because of my experiences, I've run factories, had interest prior to legislation, that when an event that happens that's out of the ordinary, in many cases, it was, well, for lack of a better term, I don't want to scare the public or you, but it was used earlier, sabotage. When there's fraud in the financial markets, it's usually either done internally or externally. So I'm worried that this may, and normally it's internal, 80% of, at least in banks, institutions that have a lot of experience with also, fraud and problems with systems, 80% is normally done internal. It's an internal job, okay? Now, We will wait for that report, and I'm sure we will all scrutinize that. But may I ask the CAB, in this particular case, let's assume that the airlines obviously were not at fault, and let's assume that there were some gaps, problems within the government. Is there any legal basis for the airlines or the passengers to receive any compensation if the fault is another entity, not the airlines?
Your Honor, 1 minute.
Through the chair, Your Honors, I think that we would dwell on the issue of suing a government entity or making the government entity liable, and the provision on the suability of a government entity will kick in. And I know from what I know, sir, the CAAP is capable of suing and being sued. And this will depend on the finding of negligence or bad faith on the part of its agents, sir.
And where would that case be filed, sir?
I assume, sir, that it will be filed in the regular courts.
Okay, thank you for that. But assuming it's not a lawsuit, the Filipinos, our slogan is still, I think, it's more fun in the Philippines. We pride ourselves being hospitable, friendly people. We claim we love our own people, and even foreigners who travel. So why has DOTR, the Secretary as Chairman of the Board or CAAP, has there been any discussion on at least trying to find a way to make people feel better, at least the passengers? I know that CAAP has substantial amounts of funds, billions. DOTR has substantial amount. I'm sure if you wanted to, you could. Has there been consideration about compensating the 65 or 70,000 passengers out of the goodness of your hearts? 65,000 people at 10,000 pesos is 650 million. How much did you spend for the circuit breaker, if I may ask? Before you answer, Secretary, I'm curious, how much were the UPS and the circuit breaker? How much did you spend for that? Ballpark lang po, Chairman. Doesn't have to be exact.
Through the chair, the UPS is 13 million and the circuit breaker is 10 million. 10 pesos. 10,000 pesos. I'm sorry pa. 10,000 pesos.
For a circuit breaker, the disrupted costs 100 million pesos worth at least. And we're spending how much? Again? 10,000
pesos.
10,000 pesos per circuit. Buti na lang po natanong ko. And the system, and you're now asking for a budget of 13 billion pesos for a new system? There's going to be a lot more questions. Mr. Chairman.
No, I was just stating that your time is about to
Okay.
end.
So may I ask, let me go back. Has there been any consideration out of the goodness of your hearts, our hearts, and if we're really the hospitable people that we say we are, you may not be, without having to sue the government, the sacrifice, the human toil, was extensively covered by the media. Kawawa po yung mga pasahero. Bakit di po natin bigyan kahit 10,000 pesos each? Can we get a response, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Through the chair. According to our lawyers, we don't have a legal obligation to pay those affected passengers, although we have a moral obligation. But we need funds because it's the government who will pay. So if we will pay, we will need fund. We should include it in our budget, Mr. Chair.
Can the government do that, COA? With your very restrictive auditing?
Good afternoon again, sir. I believe that it cannot be paid just without any budget for that amount. There must be a budget.
No, assuming there's a budget. And you know, this government can find the budget when it wants to. Pag ayaw, walang budget. Pag gusto, meron. Maniwala po kayo. Bilyon-bilyon, nakatago po yan. It's a challenge ko po, leadership, kahit sino. I'm gonna show you. Hundreds of billions po, pera, nandyan. So, if there's a budget, Mr. Chair, let's assume there's a budget. And I'm sure the chairman, we would even recommend finding the budget. And I'm sure the speaker is good-hearted. Would you, COA, find a legal basis? Because there's no prohibition. Is there a prohibition for something like this to pay?
In as much as under the Constitution, the COA is on a post-audit basis. Therefore, if that is the case, as far as the management is concerned, they can pay, but COA will scrutinize that after the payment has already been made. So with all the documentation required.
Mr. Chair, my request, because I'm sure there's no legal prohibition should the government want to pay.
So long as there are funds programmed for that purpose.
Yes.
Chairman, that can be easily done, and I will show that to the committee.
Yeah, but that's the colatilla there.
Yes, of course.
Government can pay provided there are funds programmed for that purpose. Otherwise, if you do it, you will be guilty of technical malversation.
Yes, CAAP has fiscal autonomy with a governing board of directors. They can easily pass a resolution to that effect and source the funding. They're not even answerable really to the House because they have their own funds outside of GAA.
Excuse me, sir, I beg to disagree that the power of the board is not absolute as far as payment of government funds are concerned. It has to comply with the legal basis. So
Yes.
It's not absolute. The power of the board of the CAAP is not absolute as far as the payment is concerned.
Well, let me ask CAB. Is there a legal prohibition in this particular case? Should there be available funding and all the necessary approvals done? Would there be a legal prohibition as it relates to airline passengers, sir?
Sir, my legal understanding, I'm not saying that I'm an expert on this, is that there has to be a budget specifically appropriated for that purpose, sir. I am not aware of any law otherwise, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, to wrap up, because I don't see any legal prohibition, my request to the good secretary is to maybe include that in the agenda in the cabinet to discuss that. Just so we can be consistent with our promotion that we are a hospitable country and we love our people and passengers, people are visiting the Philippines. Just that assurance, I'd be happy, and I'll just have one last one. Can I get that assurance from the Secretary to bring that up at least to the cabinet level and find a solution for that?
Will comply, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier,
Your time is up, Compo.
okay, Mr. Chair.
Let's ask the others.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I may.
The Honorable Busita is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. During the interpellation of Honorable Congressman Dagoong, if I may, nadinig ko po, Mr. Chair, na na-damage po ba engineer yung transformer ng Meralco?
Hindi, Your Honor. Hindi po, Your Honor.
So, mali yung pagkaintindi ko kanina na na-damage doon sa baga sa di ba, nagka-problema sa circuit breaker. Tinanong niya kung may other equipments or facility na na-damage. Sabi po ninyo, meron, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, mayroon pong ibang na-damage na equipment doon na po sa load side. Yung po yung BSAT, yung tinatawag natin Air Traffic Management Handling System, Message Handling System, at saka mayroon pong mga yung VHF radio. Mayroon po kaming listahan, Your Honor, na yung mga equipment na nasira.
So again, yung sa transformer hindi po naapektuhan?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Ay, okay. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Busita. I think the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, representing the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, City of Cagayan de Oro, would like to interpolate also. Kong Rufus, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, our good chair, Chairman Romy. I would like to first greet Secretary Bautista, a pleasant good afternoon. And of course, also the MIA General Manager, Cesar Chong. Mr. Chairman, in the initial report of the CAC, which is in charge of the ATS, they said that the problem was the UPS, uninterrupted power supply. Now, in this hearing, there's a new theory, Mr. Chairman, that it is now the circuit breaker. I have been hearing the proceedings entirely since this morning. So in legal parlance, there is a change of the legal theory of the case. From UPS, it has become now the circuit breaker. Therefore, there is confusion that we in our hearing now is encountering. And there are supposed to be some investigations to be done and examinations on the circuit breaker and the rest. I believe, Mr. Chairman, that for us to get into the bottom of things, may I know who are now going to investigate this because it's technical. The circuit breaker, I have heard that the UPS is okay. Who will be the investigating body for this? The first question to our Director General Ski Tamayo.
Through the chair. Yes, as mentioned earlier, there are two teams now that are doing the investigation. One is internal in CAAP. They are in charge of this, performing the investigation. And there is one that is external, which was created by the Secretary, involving external agencies as well as people involved within CAAP. And a member of this is the ICT. NICA is also involved, and the Cyber Council is also involved in the investigation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, since the pinpointed agency who is responsible for the ATS, we're not saying that they had competence or they had gross negligence. But is it, I'd like to ask now Secretary Tamayo and Secretary Bautista, don't you think DG Tamayo should take a leave of absence together with officials of CAAP to afford the investigating body with independence, and there will be, in other words, there will be no stones unturned. We cannot have the responsible officials stay there while there is an investigation. We don't want a whitewash. We want a real investigation where we set aside temporarily those who are managing the ATS and this air traffic system. Well, don't you agree, Secretary? This is my question to Secretary Bautista. In all of these hearings, for the sake of transparency, for the sake of non-interference by incumbent officials, to get an independent probe by the committees that will form the Secretary Bautista. Don't you think, Secretary Bautista, that Iski Tamayo should take a leave of absence and the other deputy generals? Mr. Chairman, this is a situation, I have been hearing all of this, and this is a situation where those responsible could not be there in office. They should be quite at the same time, just have a leave of absence. I'm not calling for the resignation of our Director General, but in fact, honor would show that anything left with him is to resign. But I'm not going to call that. My goodness, Mr. Chairman, we sacrificed the 65 million Filipinos and foreigners on that day, 700 flights, and nobody takes responsibility. Secretary, my primo, you know, this is the body directly in charge of that. And then we're going around, UPS, circuit breaker, upsurge of the electric supply. We are therefore saying, let us have an independent body, but meantime, so that the records will be intact. What has happened, there'll be no one that comes from CAAP who will still be there in office to be able to hide evidence. I call therefore for the Secretary to make sure that our DG takes a leave of absence up and until there will be a definitive report of the investigation by technical people, by everyone in the know. We congressmen are not technical, but you can see what is happening now. Different theory of the case. UPS, now we have the circuit breaker. Probably in a week's time, another pointed reason. So may I hear from our primo Jimmy Bautista.
Through the chair. Thank you, Congressman Rodriguez. Right now, we are conducting, CAAP is conducting fact-finding. No? And when we have all these documents, the investigating body will continue the process. And we will consider asking those people involved to take a leave of absence.
Thank you very much, Secretary. That will be the best thing to do. We cannot have people still be in their position when there's an investigation. In law, we call it, we have to preserve evidence. Everything should be preserved, and nobody who is in that agency, which is the focus of the investigation, should be there to allow an independent probe of this particular fiasco on January 1. So that is, thank you for considering it, Mr. Secretary, because that will be what the Filipino nation would want, that all those who would, I'm not saying that they are, who are possible violators of gross negligence and incompetence should not be present in those investigations. My second point, Mr. Chairman, thank the Secretary for that. And I hope Iski Tamayo will hand his leave of absence only. Because if it will come out, that really, it is, I heard about this guy who said force majeure. It cannot be force majeure. This is not an act of God. This is, to me, initially after hearing from January 1 all these explanations and this hearing, this is, Mr. Chairman, an act of men of incompetence and men of gross negligence. Until proven, I would like to just go on that and be following the investigation by the good Secretary and just expressing my thoughts after considering everything, but we will therefore look and be able to be ready to have this investigation. Next question to DG Tamayo. Now it came out, we never heard this. 13 billion, can be confirmed from SK Tamayo. 13 billion was spent on January 5 when there were no more issues on the UPS. It is not at fault, it is okay. And then we spent, I think I heard, to UPS, 13 billion emergency purchase. You know, Mr. Chairman, when you talk about emergency purchases, that is where the problem lies. because, you know, we heard also in the previous administration during the COVID-19 emergency purchases. So therefore, may I therefore find out, can you give us the details, DG Tamayo? How much is the amount? What is the content of the agreement? Who signed the agreement and confirmed it is 13 billion? Who signed? Who are the parties to this particular purchase, which we never knew?
Your Honor, for clarification, your question is about the 13 billion purchase? Or 13 million purchase?
Yes. We know the details of that. Who signed this agreement? We already know that it's emergency purchase. Who signed this agreement from the CAAP?
Through the chair, sir. As far as the emergency purchase of the UPS amounting to 13 million, this underwent the proper process, proper bidding, and so after all the processes were done, I take responsibility. I was the one who signed it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, it is not 13 million, it is billion, correct? Can you correct me, Mr. Tamayo, 13 million or 13 billion?
13 million, sir, for the UPS.
13 million.
Yes, sir.
Million, okay. Who signed for this agreement? Despite the fact that there's already a determination that there is no need to replace this because they're in order. Who signed the agreement? Can you know publicly?
Yes, sir. If I may correct my original statement, there was an approval as far as our back is concerned because this underwent public bidding.
Mr. Tamayo just answered my question. In Congress, we want direct answers. Who signed this? So this is not 13 billion, only 13 million.
Yes,
who signed this particular contract? Who?
The CAAP boxer, wala pa namang contract. Bids and awards.
But you have already made the purchase, correct? How can you have a purchase when there is no award? It's getting muddier and muddier, Mr. Chairman. We do not get any more. Let us see how to correct the account on this.
Kong Rufus, with your indulgence. With your indulgence, Kong Rufus, may I?
Yes, please, my Chairman, please proceed.
Yung 13 billion would be the proposal to purchase a new CNS ATM system. It would, in one of the reports, 13 billion would be the approximated amount. Yung 13 million, yun po yung pinambili ng UPS, so which was conducted through an emergency purchase. So yun po ang difference ng dalawa, Kong Rufus.
13 billion has not been expended.
Yung 13 billion, wala pa. They're still conducting a feasibility study on the matter.
Okay, can we get that directly from the Director General? Please give us the difference between the 13 billion and the 13 million already, so that we can clearly distinguish the two, and which of them has already been spent and which of them are under process. From the CAAP.
Through the chair, sir. As far as the 13 billion is concerned, it is a ballpark figure to be able to set up a standalone system or a backup system for the existing CNS ATM for a new CNS system. Now, this is still subject to a feasibility study before we proceed. So the amount can go lower, or depending upon the type or specifications that we will be procuring. It is just a proposal. On the part of the UPS, this was, we had to bid it out through our Bids and Awards Committee, and then the original manufacturer, equipment manufacturer, was the one who won the bid. So meron na ho siyang order of award, but nothing has been delivered yet. So nothing has been signed. It's still in the process, and they're still evaluating, studying on how to install the new UPS.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
sir.
clear enough, Mr. Chairman. So how much is this 13 million that they won, the Thales, for this 13M?
It is not Thales, sir, because the UPS, yes, it's a different brand name. It is Inform, and the manufacturer is Korean. But correction, sir, Turkish pala. Turkish is the supplier. It's a Turkish manufactured UPS, and the reason tumaas yung cost nito is because we wanted to have a 5-year warranty. Also. Pero in fairness to our Bids and Awards Committee, they were able to negotiate the price to what it is now. But it's not delivered.
Thank you, DG Tamayo. But how about the original supplier, Sumitomo Thales? They did not bid. They would be the ones who would be in the know, having the one who have the original ones. They bid it or not?
The Sumitomo is an integrator, sir. Sa kanila yung contract nitong CNS ATM. So what happens is that they get from different equipment manufacturers, and this is one na hindi naman ho sa kanila. But they were the ones who selected based on the original contract.
So, Mr. Chairman, there was no bid from others except this Turkish company. Is that correct?
There were other bidders, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to request that the bid documents be presented to the committee so that we will look at this who were the other bidders that will be. So therefore, this has not yet been signed. Will you confirm that, DG Tamayo? It has not been signed.
I confirm that, sir.
And do you agree that based on what was asked before and your answers, that there is no problem with the UPS, that there should be a regular, not an emergency purchase, and that you should cancel this particular and go to the regular process so that we will all be assured that the procurement law will be followed, not being an emergency purchase. Because once you sign this, then the people will be responsible. And it is now in the open that you have seen no problem with the UPS as of January 5. And therefore, there is no need to go emergency on something to have some redundant equipment to make sure that this will not happen again. So would you agree that why don't you just scrap this new contract and be able to get into regular procurement so that we can really be assured that everything is on the level?
Kong Rufus, you have 1 minute.
Yes, I will comply, Mr. Chairman. That will be my last question.
Through the chair, sir, we agree. It's a possibility. It's an option for us to do it, and we'll just have it bidded out through the regular process, not emergency.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to thank Secretary Bautista and our MIA head, Cesar Chong, for their presence and their presentation. And we hope really that this will never happen again. It's a big shame. It's a fiasco that has happened, making safety the primary concern of everyone at stake here. And there was really at the time, the safety issue was there hanging on the balance. And so I thank Mr. Chairman for giving me the time, and I end my interpellation. Good afternoon to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Anybody who wants to ask questions before I ask questions also? Yes.
Chairman, one last one.
Please.
With your indulgence. My staff earlier, COP said that under the ICAO accreditation and scoring system, we're above the average. My staff checked the website of ICAO. In the air navigation service score, we're 45 versus the global average of 65, and the passing score is 77. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So why did you say earlier that we're above the global average?
There are 8 critical elements that are assessed per country, and they get the average of all of these 8. And as I said, we are above the global average.
But Mr. Chair, we're talking about safety. Wouldn't it have been more intellectually honest to at least mention that in the air navigation services, which is air safety, we're below global average and we're failing? Would it not have been more accurate for the committee to share that information?
That's accurate, sir, because based on the question earlier, I just provided the rating of the country.
Well, let me add, Mr. Chair, under aerodromes, there's a meaning, aerodrome means the safety of the general area where the aviation activities take place. Is that correct? Aerodrome, that's what it means?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're at 45 as of today, as compared to the global average of 62. I think, Mr. Chair, you know, when we have resource persons, we're talking about a national issue, especially safety, I think we should be a little bit more retrospect and be a little bit more honest with our answers. It's a little disappointing. So, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. I wanted to point that out, that as of today, at least on that category of air navigation services and aerodromes, we're failing. We're below the global average, and we're below the passing score. Last, Mr. Chair, just a request. If you recall, I asked for financial operational reports of CAAP. I realized from the answer earlier of Secretary Bautista, another entity here is I think the NAIA. They have corporate, MIA has corporate retained income. With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, can we request also the same financial reports and operational reports from MIA as we asked from the CAAP?
MIA is directed to submit the required documents 5 years? 5 years, Your Honor?
5 years.
Okay.
Mr. Chair will comply, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a brief manifestation, Mr. Chair. Congressman Dago, Mr. Chair.
Yes. The Honorable Dago is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence. I have heard a while ago, Mr. Chair, that when the Honorable Bosita asked the resource person about the Meralco equipments that were damaged, he denied it, no? The records will show, when I asked him, it is very clear that he told this honorable committee that there are equipments of Meralco being damaged. That's why I initially concluded that there was really, in my own opinion, a high voltage, no, over voltage that occurred in the circuit that we are talking. But when the Honorable Bosita inquired about it, the resource person denied it. So, Mr. Chair, for the record, again, I would like to reiterate for them to submit their official report and for the committee secretary to kindly review the portion where I interpolated, and the answer is very categorical. There are equipments of Meralco being damaged, because I asked him, if there are equipments or protection equipments of Meralco being damaged. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the indulgence.
Do you want to react to the manifestation of the Honorable Dago, Engineer?
Yes, Your Honor, may I reply? What I heard, Your Honor, is that the question is that I'm being asked if there are other equipment damaged, but I did not heard about the Meralco. So my answer, Your Honor, is that there are equipment damaged, but I'm not referring to Meralco.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized again, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will no longer argue with the resource person. That's why I will just like to kindly request the committee secretariat to look into the records during my interpellation, because I'm sure I'm asking the question with regards to the protection. If there are equipments or protection from Meralco that is being damaged, which was answered affirmatively. That's why I conclude that there was really an over voltage. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tingnan na lang natin doon sa record sa proceedings kanina to resolve the issue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Comsec, please take note of the request of the Honorable Dago. Anybody else? Yes, the Honorable Gutierrez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I apologize if this was brought up earlier, but may we also request the official comment of the COA, perhaps, on the 13 million peso procurement? Thank you. Through writing na lang po after, just the report. Just the official comment on the matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Madam COA, could you please, can you comply with the request of the Honorable Gutierrez?
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply.
And what would be the time frame of your compliance?
But it depends on the documents that should be submitted by CAAP to the auditor.
Okay, noted po, Madam. CAAP, can you provide COA the documents insofar as that emergency purchase is concerned?
We shall see.
Thank you. Pwede na siguro akong magtanong. May I ask, Mr. Secretary, how long would the forensic examination of the circuit breaker be? How long would it take for a forensic examination, as you have stated a while ago?
Mr. Chair, we'll check po with the ICT. They are the ones who will conduct the forensic examination, so we'll let you know.
So, if ever we're going to have a second hearing, COMSEC, please take note that we have to invite a representative of the ICT so that you will be able to answer this question. Kasi hanggat hindi nasasagot yung katanungan, dun sa forensic examination, nakabitin yung one natin dito. The primordial consideration now is that what happened in January 1st would not happen again. Question is, do you have or can you give the people the guarantee that this will not happen again? You look at your personnel, you look at your maintenance protocols, and you look at your budget. Can you assure the people that this will not happen again?
We will assure you, sir, that this with the best of our ability.
Please do not assure me. Assure the Filipino people.
I would like to assure the Filipino people that this will not happen again, sir.
I'm bothered by the statement of your engineer that you will be more vigilant. Ang ibig sabihin, hindi kayo vigilant as required. Kasi dun sa statement pa lang niya, we will be more vigilant. Now, I think we all agree that this system is a very critical system. Di ba? Kasi a stoppage to any of the operation of the system, we will have problems in the traffic in our Philippine sky. Tama po ba? I don't think we realize that kasi ang napapansin ko, parang yung sasakyan, pag nasira, dinadala natin dun sa kasa to have a first-hand maintenance. Ang ginagawa na natin is dinadala na natin kung saan talyer eh. Di po ba yun ang nangyayari? Yes. And therefore, as far as this representation is concerned, hindi po tayo masyadong concerned dun sa operational maintenance ng ating mga equipment. And these are very critical system. Could just imagine, ilang oras lang yun? 7 oras? How much more if we cannot remedy it for 1 day? So yun po ang importante eh. We have to keep in mind that this is a very critical system. And since we all agree that this is a very critical system, nagtataka ako, binili natin ito, kasi yung ibang mga tanong ko nasagot na ni Congressman Dagook eh. And he educated me a lot of the questions I cannot find an answer. Pero, ang iisip ko, bakit nyo palaging sinasabi na hindi nyo mabuksan yung circuit breaker? Tapos, sinabi nyo, una, nagkaroon ng problema sa UPS. Bilang isang investigador, something does not add eh. Yun yung kwang ko. The fact that you conducted an emergency purchase of UPS, nalalagay doon sa isip ko na ito yung unang problema eh. So, in other words, what does that tell me? Una, ang inyong nakita na problema is ito sa UPS. That's why gusto nyong bumili ng bago. But apparently, when you examine the UPS, meron lang pagkukulang yung UPS kasi baterya lang naman to eh. Di po ba? And when you found out that the UPS does not have a very, very big problem, naghanap kayo ng ibang problema. Ngayon, paano nyo nalaman na nandun sa circuit breaker if you're not allowed to open it? Matanong ko nga, if you're not allowed to open it, why did you open it?
If I may, sir, as far as the circuit breaker is concerned, hindi sir binuksan eh. What they did was they measured the voltage. Yung in-explain ni engineer kanina, they measured the voltage based on the 4 lines, and then sa input niya, measured doon, and then the output, they measured it as well. And when they found out there is an issue, they also measured continuity. Kung nagtutuloy nga ba yung kuryente from the power side to the load side. And that was where they concluded that there was something wrong with the circuit breaker. That's why they did a bypass.
So, you can do that, the measurement, without opening the circuit breaker.
That's correct, sir.
Dapat yun ang, hindi na ipaliwanag yun eh.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Number 2, regarding circuit breaker, meron bang, nung pinurchase natin ito, meron bang lifespan ng circuit breaker?
We were informed, sir, the lifespan of the circuit breaker is anywhere from 20 to 30 years. And then it has, yung nasabi nga ni engineer, 20,000 cycles. It's capable of 20,000 cycles.
Okay. Do you have a maintenance protocol of your own?
Yes, sir. We do, sir.
Could you please submit to this committee the maintenance protocol? and
We
how
will.
you are implementing such protocol.
We shall, sir.
Have you ever conducted a personnel audit or assessment of your personnel? Do you have personnel who are on job order or what status?
Yes, sir. We do, sir.
We do have personnel.
Yes, sir.
And
job
have you
order.
conducted personnel assessment insofar as your personnel in CAAP are concerned?
It is ongoing, sir. We have a reorganization that we hope to implement, we plan to implement within the first quarter.
So you can assure this committee that all personnel in CAAP are above board.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, let's go to the budget of CAAP. In the years 2018 and 2019, what is the total amount of your collections for this year?
For 2018, sir, our revenues was 10.1 billion. And then for 2019, it is 10.5 billion.
You did not receive any subsidy from the national government.
None, sir.
Okay. Now, could you please tell me what CAAP projects and programs were these funds allocated to? Doon ko makikita kung magkano ang dinadala nyo doon sa maintenance ng inyong equipment. The training of your personnel.
Can we submit this, Your Honor?
Yeah. Sige. For the year 2020, given that DOTR helped in the country's pandemic response, did CAAP contribute to the country's COVID-19 response via the DOTR?
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes. How much of your funds were?
6 billion, sir.
6 billion?
Yes,
And what was your budget then in 2020?
In 2020, it's 3.7 billion, sir.
At ang ibinigay ninyo,
Correction, sir. It's 7 billion for 2020.
it's 7 billion. And you gave to, your contribution to the pandemic response was 6 billion.
That's correct, sir.
That's correct, leaving you 1 billion.
Yes, sir.
So in the year 2020, with that 1 billion, nagawa nyo ba yung maintenance protocol ninyo insofar as your equipment?
The amount of 6 billion came from the savings of CAAP, Mr. Chair.
Hindi yung pondo ninyo.
Pondo sa ng CAAP.
Kawa,
Savings.
pwede ba i-retain nila yung kanilang savings without depositing it to the national government?
Surplus nila yun, sir, yung binigay nila sa COVID-19 as their contribution.
Coming from their savings?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ginagarantin nyo yung bond. Pundin nyo yun.
We have already audited. We have already audited the amount that all the amounts given by the GOCs is to the Bureau of the Treasury for the pandemic.
Okay. And all this came from their savings.
Yes, sir.
Now, for 2020, Director General Tamayo, could you please submit also the programs and projects where you spent your funds?
We shall, sir.
Kasi kung hahanap po tayo talaga ng ebidensya ng negligence, nandito yun sa dokumento. Di po ba?
That's correct, sir.
Yes. For the year 2021, what was the collection of CAAP for this year?
2.97 billion, sir.
2.9?
2.9.
For 2021?
That's correct, sir.
So, meron kayong deficit?
Yes, sir. The expenses that we had was 6 billion.
6 billion?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get the amount when your collection was only 2?
We received a subsidy, sir, of
2.
2.4.
So that,
Correction, 1.5 billion.
so,
Yes, sir.
could you submit to this committee your program? How did you program these funds?
We shall.
Paano nyo inallocate?
We shall, Mr. Chair.
Opo. And the programs and projects that were funded by this amount. Okay,
Yes,
Director General. For the year 2022, what was the collection of CAAP? Deficit pa or?
The revenues of CAAP in 2022 is 3.2 billion. And
No
then
subsidy?
we had a subsidy of 2.4 billion.
So that's 5.
Yes, sir.
As compared to yung normal na kwan ninyo is 10B.
Yes, sir.
Tama?
Tama, sir.
Now, may I ask you personally, is this collection sufficient to fund CAAP's maintenance and operations?
Personally, sir, no, sir.
So, in other words, you were operating on a budget that will not satisfy the requirements of your personnel, maintenance, and capital outlay.
Yes, sir. That is the reason CAAP at the time requested for subsidy.
So, you requested for subsidy. Was it approved?
2.4 billion was approved for 2022.
And kindly submit to this committee how you program these amounts.
We shall, sir.
Thank you. Yung equipment kasi ng CNS ATL needed periodic maintenance and update. Gusto kong malaman, unang-una, kung meron kayong maintenance protocol and this was followed to the letter. Second, if you have allotted funds for the maintenance of this equipment. Kasi doon natin makikita kung ano talaga ang priority nyo insofar as CAAP is concerned. We have heard problems of kulang yung sweldo ng mga tao. We have heard na akala kung haka-haka, sabotage. So gusto namin makita lahat ito so that we can eliminate all these haka-hakas. Would that be okay, Director General Tamayo?
Yes, sir. I agree, sir.
Yeah, thank you. That would be the questions that I would have for now, and I would like the reports to come. And may I know when these required documents will be submitted to this committee?
We'll submit it by Friday, sir.
Thank you. Any other member on Zoom and physically present who would ask questions? The Honorable Dasa.
Mr. Chair, curious. The supplier was Sumitomo Thales. Was there ever a maintenance or service agreement with them?
After the expiry, sir, of the warranty that was in 2020, we requested Thales for a service maintenance or supply support agreement, and they gave us a quotation. However, there was a caveat on this, that the claims on the CNS ATM be settled first before we can avail of the supply support agreement of Thales.
Meaning, Mr. Chair, there were payables or claim payables by Sumitomo Thales with CAAP. They were pending, whether disputed or not, billing from the supplier.
Not with CAAP, sir, but with DOTR.
So there were, okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to pursue this line of questioning, but I think that we have a lot of information already. There seems to be another dispute there with a supplier. May I request, Mr. Chair, because of the time, should there be another committee hearing to invite the supplier or manufacturer of the system? Mr. Chair. Thank you.
This hearing would not be the last, Your Honor. And I was just asking my my COMSEC that we will just suspend the hearing after the members have asked their questions, so that we can wait for the submission of the documents, examine it, and then have a hearing, the second hearing. Would that be okay with you, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're looking forward to that. If I may add another request, can we get a copy of the mentioned proposal by the manufacturer supplier of the service agreement that was not implemented?
Can you submit the required document? Do you have that in your files?
Sir, through the chair, it was submitted already, but we shall resubmit.
Okay. Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody who would say anything before I say my last piece? Alam po ninyo, yung kaak, for 2 years, ang ginagawa nyo ay troubleshooting eh. No? The way I look at it. May I ask, after all this, have we requested the supplier to conduct an audit now of the whole CNS ATM system na currently ginagamit natin para makita natin kung if according to the supplier, may diferensya na yung mga equipment na nasa atin ngayon. Have we thought of that?
We have met, sir, if I may, we have met with Thales already, including the secretary, and yeah, and they informed us of the upgrades that will be required. But this is just based on a conference. Definitely, mas maganda, sir, if they do an audit and they tell us specifically what we have to upgrade, what we have to look out for. And in fact, sir, we have a budget of 139 million for dedicated for these upgrades for 2023.
I heard that 139 million
Sir, million.
was not approved.
This is a carryover. This has been there for. It is COBSL, and the budget is.
If I look at the programs that you will submit, I will see there 139 million, but it has remained unprogrammed.
This was there in 2022 still, sir, but it was not implemented.
Yes, it was not programmed. There was no fund to program such. For the program. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh, ganun na nangyari. Now, you're thinking about it dahil nangyari ito.
It was programmed, sir, for 2023.
2023.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully, you will fund it.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Any other issue? Since there's no more issue, I would like to extend my gratitude to the good secretary who has graced us with his attendance, even if he has a cabinet meeting. For the information of everybody, he was supposed to attend a cabinet meeting, but he decided to stay with us and answer the questions or the queries of our brethren legislators. To my colleagues, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo, sa inyong kooperasyon. And to everybody, nagpapasalamat po itong chair na ito. Maraming salamat po. The hearing is hereby suspended.